Also, don't send your team below the line. And I'll give you an example of that. So if you're a manager or a business owner and you said to someone, why did this happen? Well, what are they going to give you? They're going to give you an excuse. If you say to them, who's responsible for this? They're going to give you blame. But if you ask them a really good quality management question, which would be, hey, John, I see this thing happen last week. That wasn't ideal. What do you think you can do? Give me 3 ideas of things that you can do next week to make sure that doesn't happen again. And you pull them immediately above the line. So it's very important that as a manager and a leader as well, that the way that we structure our questions doesn't push people below the line. I remember one person that I met once, I saw him with his team, and to save his team time, he made their excuses for them. I remember him patting somebody on the shoulder who hadn't done a piece of work. He patted them on the shoulder and said, oh, did you run out of time? And the person went, yeah, oh yeah, I ran out of time. Thanks for feeding me the excuse. And that's what happens, is that they get fed the excuse and they'll just won't perform at that level. So that is the first part of inside the mind of a top 3%, is recognizing when you're below here. Because if you think you're not below the line, then you're definitely in denial, because you'll go there sometimes. Everybody goes there from time to time on an hourly basis in some cases. So firstly, it's recognize when you're below the line, and then move up and spend as much time in ownership as you absolutely can. That is one of the traits of the top performers in any sport, in any industry. There's one thing I really dislike about football, is that the managers afterwards blaming the referees all the time and not taking ownership of the team performance. Some of them do and some of them don't. I'm not going to name names, but I think, if you're into football, you know who the blame artists are. So that is the first thing that is really important for you to think about if you want to perform at a really high level. Now, the second thing is to think about how you behave. I said at the start of the talk that motivation is not going to get you through, because you cannot be motivated every single day. It's just not reasonable to expect that. And we become what we regularly do. So if we regularly are sloppy with things, we become a sloppy person. If we regularly let ourselves off the hook and allow ourselves to be distracted and not fulfill the things that commitments we make to ourselves, then we'll become that kind of person. If we are regularly fit and energized and we exercise and we eat well, we'll become that kind of person. And that is habits. And your habits are what make you who you are. And a habit is the definition of a habit is a thing that you do automatically without even thinking about it. So the super successful work hard to develop their habits. They get up early, they exercise so they're energized for the day. They'll have a habit of daily learning and reading and daily thinking time where they'll sit quietly and just, rather than just rushing headlong into all the chaos at work, they will stop and they will think and they'll create that habit. I have a daily habit that I go for a walk in the mornings, just 10 to 15 minutes. Sometimes I listen to an audiobook, sometimes I'm just have my own thoughts. And because it is now a habit, I feel my day doesn't start right if I don't do that. So these good habits are something that you need to work on to put in. And this is what I want to cover in the workshop and help you do that. So all habits are made up of a 4-step process: good habits and bad habits. So the first thing is there's a cue. There's a cue. There's something that triggers the habit to happen. It's something that happens. Then we get a craving. The craving is the desire for the effect of whatever that thing is. And then we have a response, we do something, and then we get the reward. So with these things, which is a source of lots of people's bad habits, you see, even I couldn't help checking my message there as I had it on my phone. The cue is quite often seeing it, or it beeps, or as you can see, a couple of little messages come up on the notifications. And that's the cue, is you see it. Now, I have a bad habit that I'm working on getting rid of, that is when I'm writing marketing emails or something like that, if I get stuck, that's my cue, is I'm stuck on something. I get writer's block, and that's my cue. And my craving is to not have to think about this marketing email and to have a release somewhere else. So my response is, I'll check LinkedIn for work. And the reward is that I get a dopamine hit from looking at my phone, and I'm distracted from having to think about that. So that is a bad habit that I need to get out of, and I'm working on that. And when I'm writing marketing emails now, what I do is, to get rid of the cue, is I put my phone over there where I can't see it and hear it. Or I'll switch it completely off. And that really helps. Is sometimes I still kind of reach for it, but because I made it harder, then it takes longer. I can defend myself against it. So what we're going to do today is do a bit of a workshop for these habits, of how you can make these habits stick for you. So you can turn the good things into habits, and the bad things you can stop doing. And we're going to do that right now. So you will need pen and paper, please. So get that ready, because we're going to start thinking about it. I want you to start thinking about a good habit that you would like to introduce into your week. Something you would just do on habit, like my morning walk, or some people just have reading time in the morning, or something like that. Or it might be something in your business where you have a habit of making sure that you check your finances every day and not getting distracted with other things. So everybody's on the call, just take a minute to think of a good habit that you would like to have happen all the time. Maybe it's something you do occasionally, but you would like to do it a lot. And then we're going to go through 4 laws that are going to teach you how to do that. So, pen and paper ready. The first law is to make it obvious. So if you want to introduce something into it, make it obvious. So for example, when I was starting my morning walks, I really wanted to start walking, and it was actually winter when I started doing this. And I knew I had an orange jacket that was like a high vis, because where I lived at that time, there was no footpaths and it was dark, and I wanted to go out in a high vis jacket so I didn't get run over. And the first morning I woke up and I went, where's that jacket? Oh, I don't know where it is. Do you know what? I'll have an extra half an hour. And I didn't go for a walk. The second day, same. Third day, same. At the end of the third day, when I got home and it was light, I went into the shed, dug out threw all the gubbins in there, and I found the jacket. And then I put the jacket on the hook on the back of the door with my trainers, ready to go. Before I went to bed, I put my shorts and a jumper or whatever I wanted to wear for the walk in the morning. So it was all laid out. And first thing, my alarm went, the next day I went straight for a walk. So make it really obvious. There's another thing in the first law, which I would like to share with you, which is called habit stacking. So if you'd like to do that, habit stacking is a habit that you already have, that you can stack another one on there. So when I get in my car, I will listen to an audiobook. When I get in my car, I'll do my breathing exercises. When I boil the kettle, I will, I don't know, whatever that habit is. When I get in the house, I will immediately put on my trainers, not my slippers. So something you're already doing, you're doing something on top of that, which makes it really easy to start the habit. So think about the habit that you're thinking about, and then go, right, how am I going to improve that? How am I going to make the cue and make it obvious for that habit to start? So that covers off the cue. So for the craving, we want to make it rewarding. So make it attractive. So to do that, think about your habit. How can you make it attractive? So there's a couple of things that you can do. Is you can change your environment so that the thing is enjoyable to do. So maybe that environment is people. So that your craving is you want to go and do that thing with somebody. So you join a running club to go and do the run, or if it's a walk, that's why a lot of people buy dogs, is so they can make it really enjoyable to go for that. I remember telling my doctor I went for a walk. She said, "Got a dog?" And I went, "No." And she looked at me very strangely, just because I went for a walk every morning without a dog. But really, the second one is to make it really attractive. Really create that craving of understanding why it is that you want to do that. So that's also about thinking about the outcomes from that. If the habit is a work-related habit of checking your profit and loss account, or checking your sales figures, checking your marketing statistics to know if your marketing campaigns are working, the reward of that is that you will make more money. So trying to associate that with that. So the third one, reduce friction, make it really easy, prime the environment. So like I said earlier, leave your trainers out if that's the thing. Always have your gym bag in the car. Maybe you have 2 gym bags so that, when one lot's in the wash, you've still got another lot. But also in this area, we're looking at making it really, really easy. So it's called the 2-minute rule. So rather than say to yourself, I want to have a habit of going to the gym and doing a 2-hour workout until I could barely walk and my hands shaking completely. Your brain's thinking, oh, I'm not sure about that. Actually, what is the habit? The habit you probably need to get in the hang of is turning left instead of turning right on the way to or from work. So you've got your gym bag in the car. All I need to do is I need you to turn left to the gym instead of right to home. Because once you've turned left, you're going to the gym and you're going to work out. You don't need to think about the whole workout. You just need to turn left. So that's the thing that people make out. They say, right, what I've got to do is I've got to work out 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. And no, just turn left. Just turn left 3 or 4 times a week and you're all good. So the 4th law is make it satisfying. So reward yourself for that. So you can set targets for yourself and say, if I do this every day for a week, I'm going to have champagne instead of Prosecco this weekend. The other way that you can reward yourself is by tracking. Ticking things off lists is a very satisfying thing to do. Next to my spin bike in the garage, I've got one of these, and every day I track how many calories, how many miles, and how many minutes I do on that. And I've habit stacked that and made it really, really enjoyable because I've got a 42-inch DVD player in front of the bike, and I get on my bike and I watch movies and I love it. And that's part of my evening now. If you just said to me, yeah, Jeff, go in the garage and just sweat away for 45 minutes on a spin bike, I would definitely say no, especially once the kids are in bed about 8 o'clock when my energy is declining. I'm just not going to do that. But because I've stacked it with watching DVDs in the garage, really enjoyable, something I look forward to doing. So the other thing is sometimes people get disheartened when they miss a day. I meant to have salad every day, but this cake was right there and I just ate it. Now, it's important not to beat yourself up and say, do you know what? Just you had the cake, you ate it, whatever. Just put a cross on that day, but don't miss twice. Get back on the wagon, get back on the bike, get back on whatever it is that you're doing, and make sure that you increase those, you keep those habits going. And that's how you can increase habits over time. Excuse me, my mouth's going a little bit dry. So your habits form your identity. Your identity is who you feel you are as a person. It's really, really important to shape your identity. You probably have met people who are, you just seem super successful, and they just seem to swan into a room like they own it, not in an arrogant way, but they just feel that they're okay with that. And that's because their identity says that they're a successful person, and the things that happen, that they have happened, that they want to happen, and that's their identity, and that's what happens. You know, sometimes you notice some identity level actions or statements would be, you know, if you take somebody who's not used to going to really expensive restaurants, and they go to a really expensive restaurant, like my wife's grandma, bless her, you take her to a really nice restaurant and they get fussed over. And because they're not used to that, they're like, oh, thank you. Oh, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly have a knife, and all this kind of thing. And they feel almost awkward around that. It's interesting because when my wife's grandma, she's unfortunately, she's got dementia. She's in a home now. And the first home she went to was really, really nice. And she's like a working class Hampshire lass, and she has a very simple taste. And she felt like she was in a posh hotel in this place. And that she's actually moved to another place, which is, they're great there. They really look after her, but it suits her identity. It's kind of like a converted house. It's much smaller, and she feels much more at home there, because that's what her identity level is. Now, if we regularly are overeating, if we're regularly ignoring things in our business because we feel uncomfortable around conflict, and we're regularly letting our team off the hook and not challenging them on the things that they're doing right, that will lead into our identity, I can promise you. And I bet you, if you're really honest with yourself right now, you can relate to that. Think about how the more you do something, the more comfortable you with it, and it becomes part of you. That's why it's so important to really work on your good habits, and then get rid of your bad habits. And one thing with the bad habits, by the way, we haven't got time to cover it today, but what you do with the bad habits is you do the exact opposite of everything I just taught you to do for the good habits. So instead of making it easy, you make it harder. Yeah. So instead of like the easy version of that is, don't have cake in the house, because it makes it easier. They say fitness starts in the supermarket, not the gym, and that's exactly it. You know, if cake's in the house, I'm eating it. So don't buy cake. Make it harder. So that's how you get rid of bad habits. But those habits shape your identity, and then you will just expect certain things to happen, and those shape your actions. So you will just behave in the way that a super successful person behaves. Now, I have a concept that I call boxes of expectations. And everyone's in a box of expectations of some sort. And it's a certain size. Some people's expectations for themselves, their life, and the experience they're going to have are bigger than the other ones. And I remember years ago, I was a nightclub manager at the time, and I thought I was earning reasonable money, you know, and I was probably in a £50,000 box of expectations. Now, it's not all about money, but it's really easy to quantify in this respect. So I'm going to use that as an example, but it might be about ability, you know, for sporting people. A footballer might be in a box of expectation. He might say, I'm a third division player. And he will behave like he's a third division player because his identity is like a third division player. And maybe his habits are, because I'm only a third division player, I'm not going to train as not like all the time. I'm just going to have a good time in between matches. I'm not going to train. Whereas, you know, Ronaldo, famous for everybody else finishes, his habit is then get a bunch of balls and go and do 1,000 free kick practices afterwards, because his habit shakes his identity. His habit of regularly training his butt off means he knows he's a winner. So that, and then when he gets on the pitch, because that belief is there, it's instinctive, he behaves in that way. And of course, there you go, Ballon d'Or, he's one of the best players in the world. And I'm not here for a debate on that over the Messi Ronaldo thing, if anyone wants to call me on that. But those results are super important, and they feed back to your identity, which leads everything. And your habits are one of the main drivers in that. So that is the end of my presentation today. I really wanted to give an insight into the mind of a top 3% player, because there's so much information out there, and there's so much of it I think is maybe not deliberately but misleading, that you have to be motivated and inspired to do this. Discipline and consistency are the things that really make people successful, not inspiration. It's the time that when you do something, when you don't feel like it, that's the time when you're really winning, because our motivation and our moods just naturally do that. And if our performance mirrors that, we'll be hot sometimes, cold sometimes. And if you can get consistency and discipline through habits, then no matter what your mood does, your performance will be consistent. And that consistent performance will lead to a successful business, successful relationships, successful health, fun life, and wealth. So if you've enjoyed what you've heard today, I'd love to engage with you further. I'm holding an event actually with my friends at the Metro Bank next week on finance. We've talked today about mindset. A big part of my work is how I make business owners more successful and more wealthy. So what I'm talking about on this event next week is about how to make your business more profitable, even without any extra customers. That comes later when we talk about marketing. So if you'd like to come to that event, or you've just you've enjoyed being on here and you'd just like to get a 20-minute chat with me just to see maybe for a good fit for us to work together or something, then you can email me on jeff@jeffshrimpton.com. So that's jeff@jeffshrimpton.com, not very imaginatively titled email address or web address. But I would love to hear from you. If you've got some feedback from the webinar, I'd love to hear what your biggest learning was. Pop me an email, get in touch, and we can either have a call. I can invite you to that. I am allowed. It is a Metro Bank customers event, but I am allowed to invite a certain amount of people because I'm the presenter. So if you'd like an invite to that event that I can show you how to make your business much, much more profitable, I would love to hear from you. I know most people here are streaming on YouTube, maybe watching this retrospectively. The date for that event is the 28th of July, 1 p.m. If you'd like to come to that, just email me and I will send you an invite. Those of you who are live, if you want to, I'm here for another 10 minutes or so. If you would like to jump into the Zoom room, if you've got any questions for me, do a bit of a Q&A. I'm happy here to wait here if anyone wants to jump from the auditorium into the Zoom room. There's a little button at the front. Otherwise, thank you for listening. I really appreciate you being here with me today. I hope you've learned something. And I hope that you apply the lessons that you've learned today, because I know they'll make a massive impact on your life.
Brilliant. That's just brilliant.
I'll have to screenshot it again. When I click more now, view, hang on, I wonder if that will let me go back. Oh, okay, let's have a look. Can you see my screen? Which screen is it shared?
Yes, I can see you.
Perfect. That's cool. Okay. The button was hidden in underneath where it says your screen sharing, but it looks like it's okay at the moment. So yeah, I I'm good to go, I think.
Just double checking everything's spot on.
If you're on YouTube, say hello, comment, let me know that you can hear and see me. And if you're watching inside of the workshop auditorium, again, you can, if you want, if you don't want to join the Zoom room, which we understand, you can click on where the video is playing on YouTube. If you click on the bottom right corner where it says watch on YouTube, okay, you don't have the auditorium view, but it means you can actually then comment, interact with me. So yeah, love to be able to get some interaction. Anything else you need from me, Joe, before we crack on?
No, perfect. Thank you ever so much.
Awesome. Let me put my cam on. Let's see if this plays games with everything. Oh, there I am. Hello. Good morning. Well, good afternoon here for me, nearly. It's 11:54 here in Spain. If the noise from outside interferes, please let me know. I live out in Spain, out in a little place called Javier, north of Alicante, and the crickets and the chirping and the birds, it's crazy. It's like 35 degrees here again today. I am in my shorts and t-shirts in my office, but I want to talk to you today about how you can end your sales on steroids using challenges. Okay, and I've got up on the screen, I'm pretty sure you can see. In fact, I'm just going to check the audio over here. Let me just turn my laptop on. Sales on steroids. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is something we share with our high-end clients, our people who join our Create Phenomenal Challenges package, or they're part of my mastermind. So I'm kind of giving you some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. This is the client journey, or my Phenomenal Challenges customer journey, where we take people through from registering for a free challenge into being a paid client. Okay, and a lot of people ask me, Rob, you know, I don't want to give away all of my secrets. I don't want to do a free challenge. It's this. And I get that. I really do. I get it. And, you know, we've been funnel building for 15 odd years now. We niched down into challenges about 10 years ago. We run our own challenges every 2 to 3 months. We do 2 different challenges. We're running actually one as of Monday. And if you've been onto my stand 2639, I think, you'll see that I'm offering you the potential to come and sit over my shoulder and watch me. I'm just checking, 2649, sorry. And I'm in the web and e-commerce exhibition, I think. Let me just check. Web and e-commerce zone, yes. Yeah, you're welcome to come and join me on my 10-day challenge. It starts Monday. We had pre-training last night, the night before. We've got pre-training tonight where I'm doing some surprise training. And then Monday, showing you how to build a website and a sales funnel inside of a free software. The link is on my stand. So you can come and have a chat with me. I'm offering a free planning call, so I get all that out of the way. So yes, you know, client sees your Facebook ad or whatever form of traffic you're using, could be generic traffic. They then click, they arrive at your challenge landing page. In fact, yesterday I kind of went through this. So this is where in this July challenge they would land. So it's my landing page. There's my image gone. And then they enter their name and email. So I'll follow the process as it should be. So my internet is a little bit slow today in Spain. It's one of the perks of living in the sunshine is everything is a little bit manana. So they enter their name and email here, okay, and I'll do like a test opt-in. So sorry, let me go back a step. There's like the 4 stages. There's the awareness, the consideration, the purchase, and then the advocacy. Okay, that's the 3 stages we're taking them through: the black, the pink, the purple, and the lighter pink. Don't know whether my design guy, maybe I need to get him to change that. Enter their name and email, then they visit the thank you page or the upsell page. And this is one of the crucial parts of the challenges we run. Yes, they are free. But we have I'm going to just opt in with this one again. I think I used this one yesterday. It should now forward me automatically to our VIP Backstage Pass upsell. Okay, we've targeted our Facebook ads for the UK on this challenge, so everything is in pounds. Normally my challenge is in dollars because I target America, Australia, etc. But this one we've gone specifically just for the UK, and it's kind of really worked. So they've got an upsell here. Congratulations. This is my old penthouse. I've moved since there. This is an exit pot, but you don't need to worry about that. And here I'm offering them for $47. They're getting £2,700 worth of like gifts, bonuses, behind the scenes training, access to my experts. It's a ridiculous offer. Okay, so just wanted to show you that. So that's the upsell, and I can go through the numbers and how that works. My goal here in a challenge, and when I teach people how to run a challenge, when we build challenges for clients, the goal of the upsell is to self-liquidate your ad spend. And I get asked it all the time, what's self-liquidating? If I spend $47 on getting one client to buy my VIP upsell, and that's $47 I've earned, that's self-liquidated. I'm a cost neutral, okay? If I can start a challenge spending X, Y, Z, 100,000, 10,000, and make the same amount back before I even start day one, that's self-liquidating, okay? And that's my goal every time. We always supersede that. We always get better results than that. And even this challenge, we've targeted the UK. The Facebook ads have been atrocious. I've got a Facebook team. We've run these ads again and again and again. It's pretty much exactly the same ad. And out of the, I think it was about 500, 600, 700 pound ad spend, we've had like 3 opt-ins. There was something broken in the chain. It was Facebook. We chased them and chased them and chased them, and kind of got the same responses. But the bottom line is we then went organic. I did like 5, 6, 7 videos on my Groove Pages tutorial YouTube channel, and we bumped up all our numbers. We've got nearly 200 people registered for the challenge from organic traffic. And the sales from the organic traffic have been about $1,000. So we kind of recouped our ad spend, but Facebook really didn't help us, but that's a side issue. So they've now entered their details. They get added to our email list. They receive plenty of indoctrination reminder emails. So the first email is, here's your 5 steps to do. Things like whitelist our email address, grab their bonus, join the Facebook group where all the engagement, all the activity happens. And what you're doing here is, this is why this works so well. If I send you to a page, let's look here. If I send you to a page where it's like a PDF download, and I'm not knocking PDF downloads, I've got a few that we give away. Let me see if I can find one. This is the software that we show you how to use on the training. You know, if you're watching, don't go and Google it. Just ask me on the training for a link. It'll be my affiliate link. You get a free account, but I'll give you $2,000 worth of bonuses just for using my free link. If you then ever upgrade to the lifetime account, which I'd recommend as well, then I get a commission, but you get an additional $6,000 worth of bonus as well. So this is a traditional, this is one we've just created recently, just as a test. And actually, we did it on a training of a free download. Okay. Now, in my opinion, this doesn't really help that client get the result. Okay. I don't know about you. Look, we've created this. It's like a test one, but I don't know about you. I don't want to read a download. I don't want to read a PDF. Okay. I'm lazy. And I'm pretty sure most of my clients are lazy. I know they are because we've tested it. Okay. So for me, the challenge works so well. First things first, they're going to get lots of content here. They get a welcome email, they get a bonus email, then they get the pre-training before the challenge. Like day 1 was Wednesday, day 2 last night, day 3 tonight. So there's 3 opportunities they've had to get on a live training with me where I go deep into what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do it. I make sure they see that I'm an expert in what I do, so I'm indoctrinating them, okay? Now, obviously, there's 2 things that indoctrination does. There's one thing, people go, I don't like this guy, I don't like his accent, don't like what he says, don't like his energy, don't like, and they just don't continue with the challenge. That's fine, because you want to eliminate people and you want to draw people closer to you. There'll be another subset of people that go, I really like this guy, I like his energy, I like the fact he just gives freely, which I do. I like the fact that he's honest, he's telling me exactly what's going to happen in the challenge. I tell them, I show them on day 1, Here's the funnel map I've got you in. Here's the upsell. Here's the downsell. Here's what I'm going to do at the end of the challenge. I'm going to offer you to work further with me. I'm blatantly honest with them, and people love that. I learned that a long time ago, 20 years ago. My first mentor told me to fake it and go and stand in front of Lamborghinis and all these cars. I did it for about 2 weeks, and I went, that is not the route I want to take. Then my second or third mentor was like, look, just be upfront, honest, give freely, don't worry about giving too much, and people will be drawn to you, the right people, okay? So yeah, plenty of indoctrination, reminder emails and videos and content and pre-training. They then attend the training, and it can be a 5-day challenge, a 10-day, up to 30 days maximum. 5 works really well. The 10-day one I find is draining on me, and it's a lot harder for you as well. So it's one I'm probably going to cut down a little bit. So 5 days is perfect. They attend on the Monday, and we send out a video content training in the morning at 6 a.m. And it is always a video. It's action. It's things that they've got to do to get to the end result. Whatever your challenge is, it's getting them to the end result over that amount of days. So day one, we give them the video, we give them some downloads, etc. There's homework to do. So it's an action. Action is the key here. If someone buys an online course and they forget for 2 days, it never gets opened again. With a challenge, if you get in on the pre-training, then you go, oh, okay, I like this, I'm liking the learn. You get in on task 1, and I'm then, after task 1 in the morning, in the afternoon we do a Q&A post so people can ask questions about that task or any issues, and then each evening we go live with wine. I did it before with live at 9 with wine, but it's too late for me in Spain. I like to go out and eat and drink, and so we do live with wine, where I sit with 100, 200 people and I answer their questions on that 1 day's task. Specific. You keep them on track, and you force them, you pull them, you stretch them, because every single challenge, there's people on there. Oh, Rob, I haven't introduced myself in the group of the Facebook Live. I've never done Facebook Live, and by the end of the challenge, they've overcome that obstacle, and they then realise that they were worrying about nothing. Hey, on YouTube, A-Love, just brilliant, perfect, nice to see you. So the challenge is all about community. So they're in our Facebook group, that's a private group. They've now got other people who feel the same as them, so it makes it okay for them to have the fears and the worries and the doubts and the limiting beliefs. And we then, me and everyone else, we help them overcome that across the challenge. Okay? They have big domino moments. This is really important. Your challenge, although you don't want to give them every single thing so they don't need anything else, you want to give them some proper aha moments. Okay? And that's the key. You know, don't be fearful. There will be people who go through my 5-day challenge, and at the end of it, they go, amazing, I've succeeded, I've done lots of things, I don't need to work with you any further, I might come back and speak to you later on. Perfect, that's amazing, I'm so happy with that. And there's many, many people who give me testimonials that have just never paid any money towards me, and that's fine with me, because my job is to serve them. There'll also be other people at the end of the 5-day or the 10-day where I offer them to work further with me who go, oh my God, I've done more in this 5 days or 10 days than I've ever done, because you pushed me, you pulled me, I've got on live every night, I've committed to taking part in the challenge. I'm now much closer to my end goal. I need to continue this. They get used to you being on live with them. They get used to you solving their problems like that. People on the lives go, oh my God, Rob, I spent 3 hours a day doing this, and I get them to send me the question, I go, bang, 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 I show them right in front of them, and they go, wow. So I'm saving them time. Okay, there's 2 different ways in life to do things, the time way or the money way. Some people will do one or the other. Okay, so the guy at Big Dominoes, they start to gain trust in me or you, the challenge, person who's running the challenge. They start to get belief in your ability to help them achieve a transformation. As I say, each day they're learning, they're implementing, learning, implementing, learning, implementing. It's really key. And they're also all coming back to that first day's task and commenting down below how they felt. Some people will be like, oh my God, day 1 was stressful. Day 1 was easy. Day 1, I did this. Oh, I struggled with this. So they start seeing all these other people having the same challenges, the same issues. They start to get more confident about commenting and communicating. On the lives every night, they start to get to know each other. Oh, hi Dave, how are you? Dave. You can see what the challenge, it builds that little community. It builds you as authority, but it also helps them to feel comfortable with just being okay with, I'm struggling as well. So is he, so is she. So everyone's got the same problems, but behind our computer, we're all in this little bubble where we're not aware of that. Okay. So then, right near the end of the challenge, day 4 on a 5-day challenge, or day 8 or 9 on a 10-day challenge, I offer them to work further with me. I give them a ridiculously irresistible offer, and those that have taken huge value and want that pushing, pulling, stretching on a continuous, then jump, pay, brush their wallet, then they work with me. That's the point. If I'm teaching them how to do patchwork quilting, because it's one of my mastermind clients, I've got to take them through a 5-day challenge where they learn basic patchwork quilting. But then they go and buy her additional course, and then they're on a mastermind each week, or whatever it is. They get the transformation, they get the end result. That's the key here. This is not about selling some rubbish and never worrying about what people get on the back end, as in results. The challenge is about get people to take action, get them the result, and then they will love you and work with you, okay? And then they obviously finish off with put my card on file. Oh, apart from that. Sorry, I don't know what I did there. Kind of like it was voice activated. I'll finish with that in a way. So yeah, so that is the challenge, the phenomenal challenges journey, customer journey. Any questions on that, Joe? If you've got any questions that people are popping in on YouTube, any questions on how that works and how the community starts to build and how the flow works? Before I move on to the next part, and I'm going to have a slurp of coffee and give you a breather from my drone.
No, all good. Just positive feedback.
Perfect. Thanks, Joe. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through. This is my Funnelytics account. I'm a funnel agency. We build funnels all day, every day for clients. Funnelytics, I believe, is still free. Okay. I'm just going to go down here, just find the right one. These are just funnels we built. This is like a mapping tool. So you can see it at the top there. I'm pretty sure you can see Funnelytics, FUNNELYTICS.io. Go and grab a free account. Obviously, it's limited on the free account. I've got the higher account. Sorry, my internet is going very slow. I just wanted to show you like the funnel map. I've shown you the journey, the customer journey. Now I want to show you the tech part. And the tech part is not actually as hard as you would imagine with certain softwares that we use. We just zoom out here because I've got probably a few funnels in this one. Just find the one I want. Okay, I need to go up further. Okay, I clicked into the wrong. Oh, I did it. Clicked into the wrong one. Apologies. Because there is a process to doing this. Okay. It's my high ticket package that I offer people to come in from my Profit from Challenges 5-day challenge. Gives them everything. It gives them the template. It gives them the funnel. It gives them the emails. It gives them when to, what to do in the group. You know, it gives them every single thing. So we talked about the time and the money. People would rather pay $2,000 and get every single thing that they can plug into their Groove account instead of trying to figure it out on their own and spend a year to learn. We've been doing this for a long time. We've got the we've learned from the top funnel builders in the world. Mike Phil Sames, the Frank Kearns, you know, that's pretty much why people pay for our high ticket package. But you don't have to even know, if you're looking to run a challenge for your business, you don't even have to know what is my high ticket product yet. You don't even have to have it finished. What we recommend to our clients is run a 5-day challenge on your skill set. We'll help you design out the 5 days. Give them huge value. And then at the end, make an offer of, here's what I want to give you, and give them a discounted price because they're going to work with you putting it together. And this works so well. Let me just zoom up here. We zoomed in. So many people I've dealt with, they built a training course, spent weeks and weeks putting it together. I did the same when I was about 15 years ago, and then they try and sell it. And guess what? No one buys it. Now, wouldn't a crazy scenario be try and sell it first, and then when people buy it, because they're buying at a discounted rate, because they understand that they're going to help you build the best course possible, then you record it with them. I mean, it's just the best way to do it. Someone asked me yesterday on our pre-training, actually, what's the best way? And I've and no one's bought it, and blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, it's not the right way. So I'm just going to let that load. Okay, so this is the challenge map. This is what people go through right now. That my 5-day challenge. If I go, let me go back. I'll show you from the start. This makes it easier. So we drive traffic in whatever format you want. We use Facebook ads, we use YouTube ads, we use Google ads, and we use organic traffic. You know, I've got a YouTube channel, Group Pages tutorial. Yeah, feel free to come and subscribe and say hello over there, where I teach people how to use the free software Groove, and I do training videos on it, and I give away a load of bonuses, and I help people. You know, that's my core thing, is to supply what I've got and give it to people. Okay, so the traffic comes in, they land on the registration page, which is this. Okay, they click on the button here, which opens up the pop-up, which is here, but you can't see it for some reason. It's just not loading. As I said, my internet is a little bit slow today. Okay, there's the pop-up. It's just got a little name and email, which is that.
Okay.
And as soon as they put their name and email in, they get a welcome email, and they get the bonus email sent out a few minutes later. But they also get added to my Know, Like and Trust campaign. I want to help them understand who am I. So I've got a little story campaign, bonuses, additional stuff. I want them to get to know me. Okay, it's all about the indoctrination. But they also then get access to the pre-trainings and all the other stuff. Hey Joe, so sorry, it seems to kick me out.
It's okay, no worries at all. Let's get you back to co-hosting.
Yeah. I'm just going to try and connect to the main Zoom link that I got sent over from the guys yesterday, and then maybe it'd be more stable than trying to do it through the room. So apologies, guys. I'm getting back that one there. Let me try and join with the audio. Sound off. Oh, sorry. I'm going to turn my sound over. Joe, just let me know you can hear me, and I'll put my camera. Oh, let me know, Joe, you can hear and see me now.
I can indeed.
Joe, just let me know you can hear me, and I'll put my camera. Oh, let me know, Joe, you can hear and see me now. Yeah, you can hear me, yeah?
Yep, I can see you and see you. Perfect.
Let me know, Joe, you can hear and see me now. Yeah, you can hear me, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I should be sharing my screen again now. I'm pretty hopeful. I don't want you having that backlash of my... Okay, cool. So, but I was just testing my sound again. So sorry, that kicked out. I think it's the software. So I've gone directly into Zoom now instead of going into the workshop room. So where were we? I think it cut out here. So these people have now reserved a free place on a 5-day, 10-day challenge. They pop their name and email in. They then go through to the VIP upsell. Now you can see at the top here, we're congratulating them first. Here's an exclusive opportunity to get our VIP access backstage pass. They can join the Facebook group, which is, it takes them over to the private group where all the activities are going to happen. Hey, Lena. What a brilliant talk. Many thanks. Many thanks. Sorry it cut out a moment ago. Just the wonders of the internet. And by the way, I said this last night in my pre-training training. You know, when you're running online trainings, challenges, things like this, you've got to expect things to go bad. And things will go bad. Things will crash. Things will break. Last night I was streaming live my pre-challenge on Facebook, and I was streaming live on YouTube at the same time using OBS. And it all slowed down. It kicked out. Just be prepared for it. It's going to happen. Okay. So this is the Groove Challenge group. So they can come in here. Look, you can see we've got 194 members. They're now in my little world. They've got a little community here, but they can obviously upgrade and get additional. Here's all the bonuses. So I'm just kind of showing you as we go through. So if they say, yeah, I like that, £47. Wow, that's a ridiculous offer. I'll have a piece of that. And they click on this button here, it will take them through to the order page. Okay, again, all these pages are built in the software that I train people on in my 10-day challenge. I know I've said it before, but if you want to join my 10-day challenge, you'll see the link at the top there, the july.10daygroovychallenge.com. That's it. And come and join us. Watch over my shoulder and watch with a mindset of seeing what we do in the challenge and how you can replicate that. So this is the order page. This is Groove Sell. Again, my internet's going really, really slowly. That would load normally in like 1 second. You've got the proof widget down here. Again, this is all plugged in into the software that we use. So you can see here, this takes care of everything. We've got that running through PayPal. We reconfirm everything they're going to get. So that is this part here. If they are on the VIP page and they say, yeah, it's not for me, there's a button here that says, no, I don't want the VIP access now. Sorry. Then they can click on that and I'll give them the opportunity. This is my little downsell. So you see it here. I'm getting a second bite of the cherry. I'm kind of saying, okay, £47 may be a bit rich for you. It's not, but I know the mentality. I've run funnels for years and years and years. I'm getting a second bite of the cherry by saying, whoa, want 50% off? So I offer them the same thing, but with 50% off. So if they say, hell yeah, they go through to a nearly identical page, but just with half off. If they say no, they go through to the thank you page, and I'll let them load first. So if they say no here, they come up to the downsell, and that's my 50% off. Okay. If they then click on that, they go through to the order page, and then both times, if they finish the order page, they go through to the thank you page. So let me load that up. This is the half off. So you can see it's $23.50 instead of, it's exactly the same page, just different pricing and the Groove Sell product that we create. And again, we show people how to do all of this in our 10-day challenge. So if you're a business owner right now and you've got a 20-year-old website, you've got no lead generation at all, you've got a static website, it's just like a brochure. It's an absolute pile of rubbish. I'm just calling it as it is. If you've got no way of giving something away for free and grabbing someone's name and email, then you're doing your business completely wrong. You should be generating leads every single day that sends them through a little campaign that is like a 24-hour salesman. So that's the special order page.
And then we have our thank you page. There's a little welcome video there. This is set up with lots of engagement, interaction things they have to do. So I'm forcing them basically in that video to take these 5 steps. So the video stops and they have to click on a button to say, yes, I've whitelisted your email, or no, I haven't, and I'll show them how to do it. So it's really cool. And again, I think I'm showing that on tonight's pre-training, how to do that with the video. But again, I'm forcing them here. Step 1, go and grab your bonus in your email. I want them to go to their email, to open their email and put that into their inbox to grab their bonus. Because if you don't already know, emails go into spam. Okay, that's just the way it is. No matter how good you are at what you do, emails will hit the spam folder. So you want a way of forcing them to make sure that it hits their inbox. So step number 2, I then say to them, look, whitelist my email address. Here's a page that shows you in the simplest way, here's how to do it. If you have a Gmail account, click here, boom, shows you. If you have an Outlook app, boom, shows you. Okay. And actually, was it last night? No, actually, I did a YouTube video on this yesterday, showing you how you can create this page in under 5 minutes. Again, I digress. So let me just go back. Pop up, they've entered their free information, or they've entered their information for the free challenge. They get an opportunity to grab a huge amount of bonuses, backstage access to me, my experts. They either buy it straight away and then go to the thank you page, or they go to the downsell and then they go to the order page and the thank you page. Automatically, when they've ordered on both these pages, the software then says, okay, you've just ordered. I'm going to send you access to the VIP members area. And that, again, is in the Groove software. So everything is under one umbrella. Excuse me. There's Groove Mail. It's just being finished. It's in beta. I've got access to it. So we've got a CRM. We've got a page builder. We've got a membership area. We've got everything. And this isn't about me pitching Groove, but Groove is like phenomenal right now. It's what we're teaching on the challenge. But this is what makes all of this possible. Obviously, we have, like I said, a little Know, Like and Trust campaign that gets started. Over here, if they land on either of these pages, I know that they're a little bit more interested than the person that lands here. So we send them through an abandoned cart sequence, which basically gives them little nudges to send them back to, you were really interested. Here's what you need. Here's what you need to do. And we're sending them back to the order page. And the same thing here, once they purchase, they get a little follow-up campaign, leading them into the members area, trying to get them to take action. The whole key with this is that they're all taking action. They're all engaging with us, and we're self-liquidating with this little upsell, okay? And let me just give you a quick example. I did this yesterday. There's just some notes I took here. Let me stop sharing my screen just for a second, just to see if it will help. I don't know if that makes me full screen now, but that should do. In fact, no, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to drag this down because I went through this yesterday. I just want to give you the numbers because people still say to me, Rob, I don't understand how I can make money. It's free. It's this, it's that. Look, here's a test challenge we ran. I think you should be able to see my screen. Yes. So let me drag this down. Where's it gone? It's there. I'm going to drag this down. I have a 6-screen setup if you haven't ever met me before. So I have screens up here. It's kind of cool. Everyone, oh, this is the wrong thing. Sorry, wrong doc. Where's the other one? Let me open it up there. This one. So any questions, by the way, about the funnel flow or about the journey? And Joe, if there are any, you can add. If not, that's fine. YouTube, again, any questions on how the flow works, how you get people into your world of the challenge. And then I'm going to go through these numbers. I'm going to make them larger so that you don't see all of it. Just okay. So this is a brand new challenge we ran a month and a half ago. Again, it's a testing for us. You know, it's my challenge. We spent $753. Okay. I'm doing this in dollars purely because this was targeting the American market. So we did everything in dollars. In Groove, you can change the currency, how you take the money. We can add it to our Stripe account, our PayPal. We've got a Groove Pay account. We can split the monies between all of them. We can do what we want. So we spent $753. We ended up with 195 registrations for our free 5-day challenge. We offered them a VIP backstage pass, and out of the 195, 41 took us up on the $47 offer. Okay. So the first thing you obviously want to be aware of is we made $1,927 on this ad spend. So in my mind, if we'd made 753, I'd have been okay with that. I've been doing this a long time that I don't anticipate I'm only going to break even. I always anticipate I'm going to make a little bit more. And by the way, as the challenge continues, where are we? Oh, you don't need to. As the challenge continues, other people upgrade to VIP Backstage Pass, because throughout the 5 days or the 10 days, you keep mentioning it just in passing. You're not trying to pitch it. You're not trying to sell it, or I'm not. I'm just saying about, oh yeah, by the way, great session last night with the guys in the VIP Backstage Pass. We had our expert Facebook guy come in, and people kind of keep getting that little nugget and going, oh, I missed that. Oh, I missed that. And right near the end, obviously the challenge, the idea of the challenge is if it's 5 days, on day 5, you're telling people, look, by the way, on Sunday, I close the group down and I empty all the training out. So it's that scarcity, it's that nudge that they need to either get all their training done, or once that happens and they've had a great 5 days or 10 days, a lot of people go, oh my God, I'm still on day 4. I need some time. I'll just go and buy it for $47. I'll get all the recordings, because they get all the recordings with the VIP Backstage Pass. So a lot of these sales, there's maybe like a third of this comes right near the back end, because some people will take my high ticket offer. Some people will just go, actually, I'm really loving the training. I need the recordings. Okay. And all the recordings get uploaded into the members area. And even all the lives get uploaded into the VIP members area. So it's great value for $47. Okay. So on day 4, we then offered people to come and work with us in our Create Phenomenal Challenges 2.0. We have been running our Create Phenomenal Challenge Funnels package for about 2 years, teaching people how to run challenges, okay? Give them everything, the templates, the emails, the bot messages, what to do, when to do, how to do it, the groups, the Canva images, the entire kit and caboodle. We've been selling that for $2,000 for 2 years, but we wanted to upgrade it. It was slightly not dated, but I wanted to upgrade it. So I offered them the 2.0 package, where I said, look, this is a brand new package. We've already got the old one. We've got everything, but I want to re-record everything. I want to build everything in the Groove software. I want to do some updates, some upgrades, some this, that. So I'm giving you people, the 195, the opportunity to come and work with me as a founding member, beta tester, whatever you want to word it, at a massively discounted rate of $997. It's normally $197. But you're going to be over the shoulder of me. Each module we record, I would do it with them. And at the end, I go, right, guys, did that really make sense? Is there anything I could have covered there? And then either all go, oh my God, that was so easy, it's brilliant. Or they go, actually, Rob, that bit didn't make sense. I didn't know what you did there. How did you? So I can then go back and re-record that part so that for future people, it's much easier. So this is unbelievable. This is why you could run a challenge today with a little bit of structure, etc., and not have the back end created. You don't have to create it yet. You're giving them the opportunity to get in. Now, 7 people jumped at that, and that earned us $6,979. So it gave us a total of $8,724. So if we take off our $700, there's an $8,000 profit from 5 days. So can you see how challenges, not only, we've also, by the way, we've added 195 people to our world. Some of those people might buy our next product. Some people might buy in 2 months' time or 6 months' time or 3, whatever. 195 people into our world. We made an $8,000 profit from just adding value and just getting results for people. Okay. And these people now will get further results. They also got added to I gave away a ridiculous offer where I gave them access to my 3-month mastermind, which is normally $3,000. So it was just a no-brainer. But here's the key. Now we've run this test, and now I know that this challenge works. Everything we did was okay. The ad could be better. We've split tested and done some tweaks. Now, all we've got to do is not extrapolate, times that by 10. So if we do the numbers now, let's say we times it by 10. Ad spend 7,534 instead of 753. I'm just going to check on the time to make sure I'm good. We're good. Registrations, 1,950. So how would your business benefit from, after running a test challenge, getting 2,000 leads into your business today for a 5-day challenge, then the VIP Backstage Pass upgrades, if we just went on the numbers we did on the last one, that's 19,000. So already we're 12K in profit before we even start task one, day one, 12K in profit. And then if we wouldn't ever do this again, but I've just kept the numbers the same, if we did this at 997 again with just 7 people, hang on, that's not right. That would be 70, sorry. That's $69,000 in income. Now, the reality is the next one we're doing, it's going to be 1997. So I'm just going to, because I've got to be, I'm trying to keep it low. I'm trying to keep it so that you can see it's very easy to achieve. Not easy to achieve, sorry, that's the wrong thing to say. It's achievable, but 1997 times 70, that's 139,000. So when people say to me, "Oh, Rob, how can they be profitable?" Blah blah blah. This is when I show them these kind of numbers. I show them these stats. Okay, so if we do that now, I run my challenges that are successful. I run them then once every quarter. So I run them once every 3 months. Now, obviously, that is wrong because I did that off the old numbers. Let me delete that. Let's just times that by 4. If you're looking to create a sustainable business, that's 559,160. So it's $500,000 business from running a challenge for 5 days, 4 times a year, which is what we do. We do 2 different ones. So I'm hoping, I'm going to have a slurp of my coffee. I'm hoping you can see how you can put your lead generation and sales on steroids, but still serving your client. Oh, sorry, I just realized. I'm so sorry. I just realized I'm sharing this screen down here and I haven't been sharing the right screen. I'm so sorry. If there was more of you in the Zoom room, someone would have gone, "Rob, you're not sharing the right screen." I'm so sorry. Let me just quickly go through those again. So you can see the numbers that I was running through here. I apologize. If you're on my pre-training like last night, I tell all of my students to just go ding, 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 hello, McFly, because I've got 8 screens, but my OBS, I'm sharing different screens, and I'm supposed to have my webcam up and it's not up, or I'm supposed to have the screen up and it's not up. So I apologize. What an absolute duh. So those are the numbers now. You're going to catch up in a minute. Those are the numbers I just ran through. Ad spend, registrations, VIP Backstage Pass, income off of the VIP Backstage Pass, high ticket back end offer, profit, total. Okay, so it still hasn't caught up. So it's just obviously a bigger delay than I thought. And then if we times those by 10, you see the 7,500 ad spend, 1,950 registrations. So again, if we do that down here, 1,950, that's 7,800 new leads from one challenge per year. What could your business do with an extra 7,800 new leads every single year? VIP Backstage Pass, 19,270. And then your back end sales at the price that I sell, $2,000. It's 139,000 for that challenge. If you add on there your additional 12K, what's that? Nearly 150,000. So it shows you why it's worth spending a lot of time and effort in doing that. It must be about a minute's delay over here because I'm watching it on YouTube. And then if you times that by 4, it gives you these numbers. So I'm hoping now you can actually see the value. You were listening to me, but stupidly, I didn't have it on the right screen. That's sometimes the slight negative of having 6 screens. But I do love my 6 screens. I do wonder how people work on one screen now. I used to, but working on my laptop when I travel abroad, it pains me. So yeah, any questions over on YouTube, any questions through Zoom, please ask them. I will have a slurp of my coffee now that you have those numbers in front of you. And actually, I should be able to see the chat over here. I've just realized I've gone into the apologies, I was unsure if there was a technical issue. You were so descriptive and motivational way, and I thought it was all under control. You did not tell. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. As I say, I just got to laugh at myself sometimes that I do it. I get so excited. I get so ramped up you can see I love what I do. I hope you can. That I just forget sometimes, and I'm just passionate. And sometimes I do it where I'm talking into the camera and I'm sharing the screen only. But these are part and parcel of, you know, working online in this new digital economy. And if you haven't already made a shift in your business, if you're someone who's exhibiting at the show or you're just a visitor, you need to make a shift like right now. Even if it's not challenges, you need to make a shift to start showing people and offering people value through online portals, online trainings, challenges, etc. Still, let me just check the sound over here. People and offering people value through online portals, online trainings, challenges, etc. Why is that still not sharing my screen? Oh my God, it's still not sharing.
There you
That's because I
go.
didn't drag that there. Oh my God. It's like a double, that was like a double mess up. So anyone that's watching on the replay, yeah, that's a double whammy. It's like a double ding, ding, ding. So very, very quickly again, ad spend there, registrations, VIP backstage pass upgrades, $41, $47, $1,900. High ticket offer at $997, 7 people, $6,997 total. Then we times it by 10, 7,000, 1,950, 19,000. And the back end, as I say, my next one will be 19,997, 139,790 total. Times it by 4 times a year. So 4 times a year, you're going to run a challenge. That's why I love my business. That's why I live in Spain. I live the life I do because I learned this 10 years ago. And if you're not doing this in your business right now, i.e. generating leads with funnels or doing a challenge, you are missing out on an absolute steal, okay? Let me just check my notes to check what else I was going to try and cover. And also, by the way, you know, let me just get rid of some of these windows because it'll slow me down. You want to make sure that you kind of niche down a little bit. Whatever business you have, let me get rid of that. Let me drag. I'll keep that there, but I'm going to put that there. You know, some people on my challenges they're always saying, "Oh, I don't know what to run a challenge on," and there's always something. Nearly every business at the expo here could run a challenge. They'd all be very, very, very different. I've got one mastermind client who's running challenge on patchwork quilting. Now, I didn't even know what patchwork quilting was, but we niched down a little bit. We made sure that she wasn't in the big red ocean of targeting everyone. We niched her down a little bit, and that's the key, is try and niche down. So I've niched one of my challenges into people who use the Groove software, and there's nearly 400,000 people now. So I film my challenges really easily because there's lots and lots and lots of people who are already using the software, but they don't know how to use it properly, and they want my help. So they join the challenge. Then they realize that I'm really good at what I do. I give. They then come and work with me on a further capacity. Or they contact me halfway through the challenge and go, "Rob, I love the challenge. I'm just not the kind of person that wants to do it myself. Can you just build it for us?" And we'll get on a planning call with them and we might build them a 10 or 15K funnel. That's cool. But I'm still serving them. Yeah, everyone will find their own route to me. As I said at the beginning, some people will be pushed away from me, some people will be drawn to me. That's fine. As long as I'm doing the best I can do for them to help them get the result. And that's the key. You know, we talked about it last night on the pre-training. I'm not a salesman in any way. I just get excited about what I do. I love what I do. I do it every single day, even though I don't need to. And that's what comes across. So I don't actually sell anything. I'm never really selling anyone. I'm not selling you on why you should run challenges. I'm just showing you. If you then go ding, 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 brilliant, great. Come and follow us or go and find your own route. That's fine. There's plenty of stuff out there. You can find your own route to do this. I'm not the only person in the world that builds funnels. We're not the only company in the world that does challenges. You know, but I'd love you to come and join us and follow along with us. And I'm happy to help anyone that needs to run a challenge. Where are we? We've got, oh, perfect. I've got time. So where was I? I'm just going to scroll up here. Now, this will probably blow your mind a little bit. I'm not going to have time to cover all of this. This here is our redemption challenge funnel. You're kind of saying, what the F is a redemption challenge funnel, Rob? And I can definitely see now I'm sharing that screen. Sorry. I'm presuming that everyone on has heard of Groupon and Wowcher, or Groupon or Wowcher. then you can let me know in the chat. I'd love to some engagement. You guys over on YouTube or anyone in the actual live room or in the Zoom, let me know. I'm pretty sure you would have heard of Groupon and Wowcher. Let's use Groupon. So what we've done in the past and what we're going to start doing in the future is, at the moment, running any Facebook ad, there's always a risk that you could spend this and get nada, right? I just told you earlier, I think that we ran ads to this challenge that I'm running starting Monday, and we spent nearly £700 targeting the UK audience. We had the same ad, the same opt-ins, the same retargeting. Everything was near the same that we'd done on the previous one, and we got 3 opt-ins. We were on the call, we were calling Facebook saying there was something broken. We tested it 20 times. It was all working our end, but basically people would get in from the ad. They weren't getting into the system. So anyway, the long and short of it is you can waste money on YouTube, Facebook ads, Google ads, whatever. The Groupon Redemption Challenge model uses the Groupon client base. Let's say in the UK, I used to run deals with Groupon like probably about 10 years, and then we stopped about 4 years ago. I don't really know why, actually. But it's sometimes when you're doing training, you kind of go, hang on, this really used to work for us. Why am I not doing that anymore? So we're just going to start using it again. So at the moment, I pay ads and I just hold my fingers crossed, even though I'm good at what I do. With Groupon, let's say, for example, I create a little small course that I'm going to sell for $197. It's like a mid-ticket course. But I then go to Groupon and offer them to sell it at a massively discounted rate. Let's say £19. So it's very irresistible for someone on Groupon, how to, grow your business with challenges, whatever. Okay. Groupon take 50% of that. So I get £9. Now here's the crazy, amazing bit is I'm getting that client and I'm getting paid £9. Whereas with Facebook, I might pay 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds for one opt-in. This opt-in hasn't put their hand in their pocket. So the key here is with a redemption challenge, I'm not going to show you all of it. I think I'm covering this on tonight's pre-training. So this is the deal site. They buy your package at £19, for example. Now, Groupon will not give me that client's name and email, etc. They'll give the client a voucher code, a Groupon coupon code. And I then have to have a portal where that client can come to my website or a page and they can redeem their training course. Now, with the Groove software, and we've done it before with our own website, we want a way now to grab their name and email. Okay, so what we do is on the redemption coupon page, we mention the higher ticket courses that we have that are obviously congruent with this. So they've just bought a how to run challenges, and it's a little $197, but it's £19 discounted. On the redemption page, it's mentioning our higher ticket program and testimonials and things like that. So when they're redeeming, they're getting a little nugget of, what's this about? Then once they've redeemed, it automatically will send them their membership details to get into the training they've already bought. Boom, they've got that. But they then get sent through to the upsell page, which is upselling them into that next package. Okay. Now, even if you get a very, very small percentage, which it is a small percentage because they don't know who you are yet, you're going to get some sales here. Okay. So instead of now you're getting one lead and getting £9, you then get, let's say 1% of those people upgrade to a $2,000 product. You're then getting that. But these people are now in my world. So now we'll offer them to come we'll give them pre-training, we'll add them to a webinar, and we'll give them loads of additional training that they didn't know they were going to get. They're into my world then. I can market to them. I'm going to cover that though, because if I'm not going to cover it all, then there's no point in you seeing it. But this is the key here. So we've now, instead of paying for a lead, we don't pay a penny. We get the lead kind of sent to us, not sent to us, but the lead buys in Groupon. Groupon send them the code. Groupon send them the page that they need to redeem through our business, which is this page here, which is telling them, well done, yeah, go and redeem down below. And then it's got other information around the page about our next package. Remember we said about time or money. Some people just want a shortcut. Even though they bought a £19 product, that probably isn't going to take them all the way to the end result they want. So some people go, well, yeah, I want the next part. I want that. mastermind training or that additional help, and they'll upgrade. If they don't, that's fine, because we then start sending them some training for a webinar, upcoming additional training we're giving them, and then boom, they're into a webinar, into my world where I can serve them, give them additional stuff that isn't in that training they bought, and then offer them an offer at the end. So what am I doing here? I'm getting free leads, or I'm getting paid to get the leads. I'm then getting them into my world. So they might buy something a month, 2 months, 6 months, 10 months. But then I'm pre-indoctrinating them with all these pre-training videos where I'm giving them more value that's not in their training course they bought, which is important. And then I'm getting them onto a webinar, or I could get them onto a challenge. So this works like gangbusters. And like I say, sometimes in business, we all do it where you've done something that's really successful and then you just go away from it. And I have no idea why we stopped doing it. I think it's pretty much because I hadn't updated some of the courses and they felt like they're a bit dated. But if you go to Groupon right now, I'll do it. I'll go to the UK one, even though it's going to probably try and spin me to the .es. And if you look at the courses, you'll get an idea of what is selling and what isn't. Categories, it's kind of hidden normally. Where is it? Local. Where are you? And he thinks I'm in London. It's quite funny. When I looked yesterday, they were all at the top here. This is slightly different. This is fine. Like I say, they're normally a little bit more hidden. Wow. Am I just missing it? Is anyone else seeing it? And these are courses down here. I just wanted to show you all of them. Once you go into the actual courses category, it means you can filter down and start looking through. But, for me, I've got access to some of the guys I work with in Groupon and some of the guys in Wowcher, and they'll give me a list of all the top selling courses, because this is just a lead generation for me. Okay. It's a pure lead generation. In fact, if I click on one, eLearn, Online Academy, it should then take me through. So let's say you're a photographer, you could then offer this course. You can see it's normally $295. It's reduced down to £14. They'll be splitting that with Groupon unless they've got a better deal. And then the client buys and then they get sent the coupon. In fact, you know what it was? I went on Wowcher yesterday. Went on Wowcher after doing my training because we're setting up a new one. Sorry. That's why. Yeah, it's over here. The Groupon's the same. Sorry, it keeps refreshing. I don't know why. Oh my God. What's going on there? Oh, it's because it's going to a dead page. Sorry, it's probably obviously where one of our deals was. Yeah, it was. Okay. So yeah, you'll see here the same thing. It's kind of, looking at it, Groupon don't give you as much as Wowcher do in regards to, they give you a rating. They don't tell you anymore on Groupon how many have sold. So for me, I want to find like all the top courses. Like obviously, if it's not a niche that I'm in, then there's no point. There's no help to me. Did I go to courses? No, I didn't. Courses there. I knew I'd seen it yesterday. Kind of felt like I was going crazy. Okay, I've got 8 minutes left. I'm just going to finish this part off. Just to get that brain working of yours of what kind of course could you put together. It doesn't have to be majorly complicated. Look, 2,676 accredited online course, 120-hour advanced. What's this? Is it teaching English? There's 2,676 new leads for this business. And then if they do what we're talking about in the redemption funnel, they can then nurture them. There'll be additional sales on the back end. So although they're only getting £7 per lead, that's still pretty damn good, isn't it? Instead of having to go and market it. So you can see what I love about Wowcher is it shows you how many are being bought. Now, sometimes that can be a bit misleading. It could, 7,000 Microsoft Excel. So there's a lot of people sat at home with COVID. I know that we're coming out of it a little bit, but there's a lot of people still sat there going, my job isn't really safe. COVID could kick in again at any time in the UK, in Spain, or anywhere. I need to learn a new skill. So you can see there's a lot of people right now who are wanting to do online learning. Look, driving theory test online. Okay, that's not quite the same. 422, 2,800 online furniture restoration. I don't know what your business is. I really don't. Now, some of them can be misleading. They might have put that deal on today and it might have only made 120 sales. But once you know your way around, you can figure that out. There's so many different business niches here. These pages will go on and on and on. And there are some ridiculously obscure ones. I mean, look, accounting and bookkeeping online course. If you're an accountant business right now, could you put together a very simple online course? You put it together, sell it, and then you give Groupon and Wowcher the option to buy it, people to buy it at a ridiculous price. 10,400 people there. And I bet if I click on that, I bet that's running till like December or like next year. Because Wowcher and Groupon, if your course is selling, they just keep pushing it. They push it out to their marketplace. They've got like 30 million people sat there waiting for you to go and put your thing in front of them. Let me see. It normally tells me it's running till, look, it's running till 2022, the 31st 05. They know that people are buying this and they're going to keep pushing it out there. And then obviously, like I said, you then push them through, grab their name and email, get them into your autoresponder, into your world. You can start marketing to them, serving them around that product or service that you got in your business. So yeah, if you're at the expo, please come have a chat with us. Our stand, we've got the chat open. We've got a planning call available. You can book a slot in my Calendly, or you can just send me a message. I will be going around the expo and trying to talk to as many people as possible. When I do the live expos, which I've done many times, business show and all those, I know full well that actually my perfect client and your perfect client are the exhibitors, because firsthand, they know that spending money on their business is needed to grow their business. The people that are visiting for free, they're not quite my perfect client. There's still always going to be some clients there. But for me, I have some additional staff on the stand, and I'll always go around the entire show and try and speak to every single stand just to see if I can help. And it's not a pitch. Again, this is about serving, not selling. And I'll be probably messaging everyone at the expo just saying, hey, hope you're okay. We're on stand here. How can I help? I won't be trying to pitch them. I just want to see how can I help. And at a live event, I'll normally look at their stand for a few minutes before I go and approach the owner. And I'll kind of go, great stand, love it. How are you doing your lead generation? And if they're doing it, they come straight back. And if they're not, their face goes a bit blank. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, how are you getting all these people's names and numbers? Oh, we've got a little jar there. We get people to put their cards in. And I'm like, come on, dude, really? You should have a special offer that's on your banner, on your billboard, that tells people, come and register, get this free thing, and have a tablet or a phone and mention it to them. That's what we did at shows. We'd have a tablet and look, by the way, have you grabbed our, free funnel templates? No. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, pop your name and email in there. They're into my world then. They're voluntarily giving their information because they want something free. It's a bribe, of course. But, it'd be the same at this expo. I know I've looked at a lot of stands where people haven't even got banners up. Maybe they've got a free slot, or they're not that interested, but that's crazy in my eyes. On our stand, we've got scrolling images that kind of point over to go and grab this free, or go and grab that, or do this. I'm trying to give people calls to action. I'm trying to make sure they understand they can get something from me without actually giving me anything apart from their name and email. And then I'll start adding value to their world. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Any questions, please let me know. I'm just going to look at the YouTube. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, Rob. Super beneficial for me. My pleasure, Lena. And thank you for engaging with me and saying hello in the chat. I kind of love that. I feed off of the energy. When I do my pre-training tonight, we'll have 100 on there out of the 195. And I feed off of people giving me feedback, asking me questions. Excuse me. It's a lot harder when you're sitting here and you don't know who's actually watching and you can't engage with people. And I like to get questions. I like to get people's engagement. Otherwise, when people are online, it's very easy. They put it over on one screen and they carry on doing what they're doing, and they're not really concentrating. So, I like to give away a lot of prizes as well, because then people suddenly wake up. It's amazing. People wake up when you start giving away prizes. So let me stop sharing my screen up on this one here. I don't know if that makes my camera larger, but yeah, that's pretty much it for me. I could go for another 2 hours, 3 hours. I get into the zone, but I'm aware that I've only got a set amount of time here. Joe is monitoring everything, and Joe is amazing in the background, and she's got a very poorly throat, so send her some love. But yeah, Joe, any need for me to jump straight off? Is our next speaker ready to go?
No, there's no reason for you to jump straight off. You can carry on going for a bit.
Of course. I cannot hear you because my volume's off. Any need for me to jump straight off? Is our next speaker ready to go?
No, there's no reason for you to jump straight off. You can carry on going for a bit.
Of course. I cannot hear you because my volume's off. Perfect. Thank you, Joe. Just ping me in the chat if and when you need to boot me out, and I will find my chat. My chat is up here on this screen, but it's disappeared. Where have you gone? There. Okay. So I'm going to go back to my screen share, and I'm going to give you a little. Let me open up my chat again. Yeah, Joe, just let me know in the chat, because I've got everything muted to stop all the background noise. But yeah, let me quickly just give you an overview of the software that we use. Groove is not new. It's about 1.5 years old now. It's from one of the biggest marketers in the internet, Mike Filsaime. I've been using ClickFunnels for many, many years, and I've still got ClickFunnels. I've got like 700 funnels in ClickFunnels. But Groove is it's a software now that I think that Mike Filsaime saw a gap in the market. ClickFunnels is a page builder and a funnel builder. Infusionsoft is more of a back end, CRM. There's loads of bits and bobs that you have to plug together. Mike realized and saw that there was such a big gap in the market that he created this 3 till 1 now. Oh, okay. Hey, Santosh, how are you, buddy? I can't hear you if you're talking to me, so I apologize. I've had to mute everything. But yeah, chat to me in the chat, Santosh. If you need me to jump off, kick me off. If you don't, I'm kind of okay. I can carry on for a little bit. I've got a client call later, but I think we're good.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah, Groove, as I say, please, if you want access to a free account, come and join my stand, come and talk to me, or join my challenge. I'll give you my affiliate link, which means that you get all the access to me and my training and my guidance, and I give you $2,000 worth of free bonuses just for doing that. Of course, I am an affiliate. Of course, if you upgrade, I get a commission. I'm being totally transparent, totally honest. I'd rather do that from the get-go. So instead of you going and Googling it, come to me. If you upgrade, by the way, there's a lifetime payment to upgrade to Groove to get all of these services of $1,397 still available right now. It's going up at the end of this month. And then in December, the lifetime deal goes away forever, and it'll go to like the ClickFunnels model where it's $297 per month. So I've bought this package. I will never have to pay another penny. I get Groove pages where I can build my websites. I'll give you a quick overview. It's phenomenal. And it has been in beta for the last 6 months. I've been lucky enough to be one of the super users. So I've been getting access to lots of the inside stuff. I'll go to my main 10-day Groovy Challenge template. I'll give you a quick overview. The page builder is amazing. It's like many others. You can do things, drag things, elements, blocks. If you've ever been in a page builder, there's nothing majorly revolutionary about it, but it's the fact you've got it all under one umbrella. So in here, I can go and grab all of these pre-made blocks. So if I went into here, you can just see these blocks and you can just drag these in. I mean, you don't have to be any special skilled technical builder. You can just drag stuff around. It's really easy. And I find this a lot with a lot of my students. It's very easy to teach them. You can grab any kind of elements, images, text. You can go into your pages. So you can see here in my Groove Challenge, I've got all the different pages. I've got funnel pages. And these are some of the pages that you've just seen that I've just shown you in the funnel map. So it's just taking a second to load. And obviously anywhere in here, if I hover on something, you can see it goes red and I can click, opens up all of this. I've got all of this where I can change backgrounds, borders, animation, delays, layouts, spacing, size, shading, custom attributes. It's phenomenal. They've just added this week webinars. You also get access with that Platinum account, a webinar software. It's in beta right now. but now you can add webinar pages. I clicked a button and it added all of these pages. I literally did this on last night's training. I found it, I got all excited and I added a funnel. So you can see here now, I can add my integrated webinar software that's in my Groove account once it goes live, and boom, I've got a webinar software. We've got pop-ups as well. So you can see, you can create pop-ups where when a client leaves a page, it will do this, or when they enter a page, it will do something. You've got your settings. Sorry, let me get rid of that. Got all your page settings, your site settings. You can share pages, you can share things. I've been told that you're very good to listen to the correct complete cap. Sorry, I was reading someone over there in the chat. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. It's just passion. I just love what I do. You can export the entire site, all the pages. They've just opened up again last night. The difference between this and ClickFunnels in my eyes is all of these things are very, very similar. This has got more functionalities, more custom functionalities. I can go into the code here, and me and my team, this is great. I can edit things inside of the code. With ClickFunnels, it's very hard to do that kind of thing. I can go into any kind of thing here. I can mess around with it. I can add all my custom stuff. I can share this to clients. I can sell pages I've done. I can sell websites. You know, as I say, I've got ClickFunnels. I love ClickFunnels. I love Russell. I've been to Funnel Hacking Live 4 years bounce on the bounce. And I've now been at the Groove event and the Marketers Cruise 2 years on the bounce. And in November, I go again. I go to GrooveCon and I go to the Marketers Cruise and Mike Filsaime and all of the guys. So that's why I'm passionate about it. I'm moving every one of my clients across to Groove so that they save a bunch of money, so they're paying a monthly amount. So that's the pages, Groove pages. If I go back to the dashboard here, it's going a little bit slowly. Let me close a few more things. Too many things open. I've probably got another 7 windows open on each screen. If I have, sorry.
What's the main difference you said
over here as well? I'm just going to go back to the main dashboard. Groove Sell. Now you can sell any single product you have in the world. You can create a product for digital. You can create a physical. You know, you can see in here. This is just a dashboard layout. I can go in and create all my products. These are all the products that we sell as a business. Or I can promote Groove as an affiliate. You can see down here, there's all our different packages and products. We can go into affiliates. You've got your own affiliate program in here as well. So once you get successful at what you're doing, you can pretty much get everyone then start promoting you and give them a commission. Again, there's lots of softwares do this, but this is all under one umbrella. It's unbelievable. Santosh, what's the offer you said? The offer is people can come and join my free challenge. I'm not trying to pitch anything. I'm not trying to sell them anything. If they go to this link here, my free challenge starts on Monday. Our pre-training is pretty much tonight. So I know I've had loads of people from the event have already opted in, and you know, I think quite a few joined last night for our pre-training. 6 p.m. British Standard Time. I go live tonight for pre-training day 3. I add more value. I go crazy. I give away prizes. So yeah, anyone that's on, if you can't see that, in fact, where's my YouTube? Let me add it on YouTube. Apologies. I'm just going to go over to my laptop down here. Yeah, it's you know, not enough screens having 6, but I've also got my laptop running at the same time. I know, I'm kind of crazy, but I love it. So I'm just going to quickly add that over there if you bear with me. So that's my 10-day challenge, and you can just watch, observe. You don't have to pay anything. You don't have to upgrade. For those who've been on from the beginning, you've now seen that I do a 50% downsell, so you don't have to pay £47 for the VIP backstage pass. I'm giving you a huge, big discount. But yeah, so Groove Sell, you can sell your products. You can also add your products into the marketplace. So there's 400,000 users right now, and you can put your products for sale in the marketplace. So then people can be an affiliate for you. This has just gone absolutely crazy. Let me go back to the dashboard. Groove Mail is just getting completed. I've got access to Groove Mail because I'm a super user. There's about 20 of us who've been supporting the company since day one and been helping people in the main Facebook group. As I said, just serving without any want for anything back. So then they approached me about 8 months ago and said, please, can you help us moderate the group? So I'm one of the moderators. So this is the mail. This will be Mike Filsaime created Kartra, if you know the Kartra software. He had a falling out with the founders, and they split ways. And so he's going to have it functionality wise better than Kartra, better than Active Campaign. He'll have everything that you want to be able to do inside of the Groove Mailer, the Groove Mail, sorry. So you can see here, I can go into leads. I've just started using this last week, so I think we've had a few opt-ins. You can see there. We can go into tag segments, lists, categories. We can segment people down. We've got campaigns, so I can broadcast out to people. I can create sequences like you do in Infusionsoft and in Active Campaign. So I'll quickly show you that. And this, again, this has been updated. It's being updated every day. All they're doing is spending money on getting this all right. There's feature requests that you can put in. There's bug requests. So as a beta user, it's my job to serve them and say, oh, by the way, guys, when I click this, this happened. They'll fix it in 24 hours or 48 hours. If there's something here that I go, oh yeah, I can't do this, I put it in as a feature request, other people vote it, and then they implement it. So I'm kind of helping them design this software for me, an agency owner, a funnel runner, a hacker, someone that runs challenges. I'm helping them create the perfect software for me. So you can see here, we can send emails, SMS, add tags, remove tags, all the usual stuff. Automations are phenomenal. Can you send the link here? What's the 2,000 bonuses? Sorry, yes. Bonuses, let me find my, bear with me, Santos, many apologies. I should have had that prepped. Again, I wasn't trying to pitch people, so I didn't even have it up on my screen. I'm just going to drag it to the top there. I've got a special link, this one here, I think. I will add it there. And I will add it in the chat. Thank you, Santos, for giving me a nudge. $2,000 bonuses. And this is the page, and it's just me. Yeah, obviously I'm grabbing your name and email, of course. That's what I've been teaching you. It shows you all the softwares you get with the free account. And then you pretty much, there's the bonuses. Here's my training course I give you. Here's the other bonuses. And then you can go and grab your free account. Obviously, there are lifetime offers right now. But, you know, go and please read that page. Come by my stand, ask me questions. I'm happy to help in any way I can. So back to GrooveMail. In GrooveMail, you can set up automations. You know, and most of these are, let me go into one. These are an if and then. So if someone does something, if someone subscribes to my list, I want them then to go, sorry, this list, I want them then to have this happen. I want them to be added as an affiliate. I want to add a tag. I want to, you see what I mean? So this is butterfly marketing 101. I'm not even going to go into the butterfly marketing. I can add them to anyone. I'm going to kind of remove that because this is possibly a live one. I've got to stop doing that. What's the lifetime offer? Sorry. The lifetime offer is, let me find it. It is secret, direct to the upgrade. So again, this is my affiliate link. I always like to be open, transparent. I'll add it in the chat. Upgrade, lifetime. That's my, and apologies, YouTube, I will add them over here as well. And if you look there, I'm pretty sure it should still be $13.97, and you get a set amount of emails per month. Even just the emails, I've got a full ClickFunnels account at $297. I then pay SendGrid to send my emails from Actionetics. I spend between $300 and $600, depending on how much I'm pushing different promotions. So I've got between a $600 and $900 a month bill just for one software. This will eliminate it. Once we've moved all of the important funnels from ClickFunnels, I'll eliminate that account now, and I've got this for life. Oh, sorry, that's the free account. Apologies. Let me just go and... Oh, sorry, that's me being ditzy. So let me just go up here and I'll grab you the actual direct link because that one is an old one in my notes doc. Bear with me. And as I say, I actually give you, in fact, I should give you that. Let me give you that. I'll give you my upgrade bonuses page. Okay, this is where I give you $6,000 if you want to upgrade to lifetime, $6,290 worth of bonuses. So that's much easier. And then once you've opted in, that will send you straight through to the order. So you can see everything we do is automated. Okay, this is the process for online now. This is my new house. This is my pool. So when people click yes, I want the bonuses, boom, they go straight in. In fact, that one actually you don't even have to opt in. I think that one's for my list, but you're welcome to just go straight through. And then you can see 17 powerful Groove apps, one-time payment. That's Mike, friend of mine. I'll be on the cruise with him in November, the Marketers Cruise, where we've got 450 special invite marketers. And you've got a lifetime platinum. Like I said, this wasn't about pitching you, but thank you, Santosh, for kind of nudging me to give people access to that. I was going through the automations. They're amazing. You've got forms. You can create your own form and design it and make it look nice and put it onto a page where you're going to put the name and email. There's all your sender settings. You know, this stuff is just unbelievable. Sorry, it's because I'm streaming at the same time. It keeps dropping out. So I'm not going to go through every single one. I'm happy to stay on, by the way. If Joe, if you're happy with me to stay on, I'm golden. I love doing this. A Groove member. So I'll show you very quickly. Groove member's kind of been complete in the last 2, 3, 4 months. I've been using it for the last 6 months with my members. So you can see here, we can go into our memberships, and we've got several set up where people come in. This is our VIP backstage pass. So I'll go and log in as a member, and you'll see it's not perfect yet. It's still in beta, but it works. It functions. It's people are logging in here. They get automatically sent straight through. You know, we've got to update this logo, and so you can see here we've got. It shows you how much they've completed. It's got the little drop downs here. It's going really slow, so my internet is. All my screens have all just. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, you can see they get all the recordings as well. Something's going on my screens. So this is where they go in and they watch the trainings, and you can see they get all the recordings of the challenge. They get all of these bonuses. I mean, it's kind of pretty awesome. And there's no monthly fee to pay for your Groove member. It's all part of your lifetime account. It's just some of these bonuses, and yeah. And in here you can go and you can add files. I can actually create a portal. So I've got a portal with all of my training courses. So if someone buys one training course, I don't know if we've actually got this live. I know we did set it up, but link copy to my. So yeah, if someone buys one course, the portal shows them all the other courses you've got. It kind of is. Yeah, they've updated it, so it's nearly there. I need to change these details here, change this image. And you can see these are some of the courses we've got uploaded onto our Groove account. We've got our Facebook Traffic Loophole training course, our Groove Agency Business Builder, the Group Coaching Enrollment Formula, and our Group Coaching Code. And then if they go to click one, because I'm an admin, it will probably just log me straight in. No, it's not. Like I say, it's not complete. But normally what will happen is it will tell them, oh, hang on, you haven't got access to that. And it will take them straight to the sales page, which is kind of phenomenal. So again, some of these things are still being updated, still being completed. That's why you're getting access to a $1,397 one-time lifetime access price, because we're helping them build. You've got Groove Blog as well. We've only set up a demo blog in here at the moment. It's live, but we haven't really done anything with it. We've got Groove Cart. Groove Cart is like Shopify on steroids. Okay, this is the blog, and as I say, we've set a lot of these things up on our training videos on our YouTube channel, so they're not all perfect. My stand number, Santosh, is 4649. 4649. Yeah. Yeah, this is our blog, and if we visit the blog. As I say, we've done nothing with this apart from put it together. So you can see some blog posts here. They can go down here. There's a free giveaway here that we haven't set up properly. There's popular posts. We've got a footer that we can edit. We can send people over to our different offers up here, get started for free. So that will send people to go and grab my bonuses. The Groove blog, it's awesome. It's ranking really well. We've got the other thing is
hey there, Robert Murray from Finals Qualified, and welcome to my
webinar is coming. Groove Cart, that was it. So Groove Cart is like Shopify. but it's better. Okay, so it's got all these functionalities here. In fact, let me put it in the chat for, what was it, 2649 stand. It's cool. And apologies, YouTube. I'm not giving you all the info I'm giving everyone else. Because I'm on laptop and desktop, it's all different. But what I'm going to do is I'll add in there upgrade. Bear with me. Bonuses. There's my HT. In fact, let me just grab the link from over there.
And that might be financial when it comes about investment.
There.
Equity backing, for instance, you'll be looking at the controlling party to consider those sections. So
stand
size needs
2649. Perfect.
Quite
Sorry.
massive.
Yeah. So here, Groovecart. I was going to set up a.
Yes,
I don't know which one it is.
it's more generous.
Again, these are demo ones that I haven't got finished. But you'll see all the functionality they've given you in Groove Pages, in Groove Sell, and is all in this one platform. This alone, I would buy for $1,300. Again, look, every time I log in, it's been updated. They made it easier. You can add products. You can drop ship products from China through AliExpress. You can integrate. You can create your own T-shirts, hats. It's just got so much. And like I say, they've updated. You got my orders, abandoned carts, customers. This looks like, oh, this is a visual builder. So this is now where I can edit my page. And again, I haven't been in here for a long time. Oh, this was one of the ones we did on a demo where at the beginning of COVID, I was going to set up a mask store and just drop ship all of these masks. And if we give it a second, it brings in all of these products. These are not my products. Liked your video on the stand. Oh, cool. Thanks, buddy. These are all products from AliExpress, and it automatically brings them in. I've obviously selected them. I can select the cart, the price, and you know, these are really cool, by the way. I kind of ordered a load of these for myself. But this now, if I click on this, oh no, of course, because I'm in here viewing, it's going to go into the, again, you can see down here, I can edit all the info. How do I view? Let me see. You've got blocks and elements, the same as the page builder. It's just, it's unbelievable. Down here, store information, payment gateways, domain. This is just part of your lifetime package, okay? I'm not going to spend too long on it because, like I say, you can see I haven't been in it. And they've updated it all since I was here. But there's a little tick sheet there. It tells you what you need to do, store details, international shipping, taxes, payment, launch your store. It's like ridiculously easy. I wondered if it would let me preview. I just wanted to give a quick preview. Set up domain. Let me see. Because you can use the Groove domain. Yeah, no problem, Santosh. No problem. Let me click no. Links. Okay, so I know that I can view, but I just don't, because I haven't been in here, I cannot see. You can change the theme. Just can't see where I can view in here. I just wanted to show you that. So when you click on it, it brings in all the information from AliExpress. So I could have a store set up, drop shipping products within like 30 minutes and just build this top bit out, build out my header, my footer. You can go in and edit all of this. Yes, a Groovecart is just, it's the next thing that I need to do. We need to set up a Groovecart store. I think I've gone through most of them. You've got Groove Affiliate there. Groove Video, you can store all of your videos and play your videos through the Groove Video Player. Again, if you've got a sales page, there's no need to use a pro Vimeo account or have YouTube videos where at the end it comes up and says, oh, by the way, here's some additional videos. It takes people away from what you've got. So you can see here, I can go into my library. These are the videos we've got uploaded here. I can go into my analytics. I can go into my categories. It's just so cool. And these, one of these videos you just upload and then I can just grab the embed code, get video. I want the embed code and I just dump that onto a page and then that plays. So you'll see here on this page, this is just an embedded video at the top here. This. and it just, look, there's no additional branding on it. There's no YouTube stuff. It's just, it just plays perfectly. Okay. This is the one that does the pauses and the stops and stuff like that. But anyway, where was I? Groove video. Yeah. Outstanding. You can view on a hosted page. So you can have autoplay, allow download. So if you wanted to do a very quick, like, marketing message, right? It's a Monday afternoon. You've just learned something in your business, patchwork quilting. We'll go back to that example. And you record this video. You can come here and click copy and just send out an email to all of your subscribers saying, hey guys, just shot this video. I wanted you to see it. And it will load. Boom. And obviously I haven't got my audio on, but how cool is that? So it's just, it creates its own page, its own URL. And obviously it's got a little click for sound, and they can download that if they wanted to, if you gave them access to it. Auto plays, and it auto plays in Google Chrome. So you don't have to worry about going to YouTube and uploading on Vimeo or having a pro account. It's just, there's too much on here to kind of to go through. Groove Webinar. I'll give you a quick overview of Groove Webinar, and which is in sandbox mode. They're just in the process of getting this going. You can see sandbox mode. So it's not working yet, but you can see what's going to be happening. I love the fact that everywhere it's got the same layout. So once you learn how to work in the dashboard or one of the builders, you can work anywhere because it's all the same. It's all got the same flow. So I think this was one that we'd kind of tested. And then you've got surveys. You can do surveys in here as well, which is ridiculously important if you want to segment people within your business. If you do, let's say, for example, if you're a building company and you do builds for clients or you do sourcing builds, well, why not do a survey in the beginning part of the opt-in of, oh, by the way, what are you looking for? And you just segment them off. They go into 2 different lists with 2 different promotions and then land on 2 different sales pages. I cannot go into enough detail on surveys. They're amazing. Polls, you can do polls. Again, this has all been updated recently, analytics, settings, but the webinar, you can currently, I think you can set up a automated webinar, and then you can see we can do live coming soon. They'll be doing streaming, meetings. So this is going to be like EverWebinar that I pay like $1,000 a year for, that Mike set up, or Webinar Jam. It's going to be a bit like Zoom, where I pay a monthly amount for my masterminds. It's going to be like, I mean, you name it. It's going to save you additional money on all these different softwares. And each time the setup is really easy. It's got these steps at the top of every single software where you just follow these steps, click save and next. And it's idiot proof. It really is. You just pop in the details it asks you for. So I'm going to go back to the dashboard here. And again, this is just, they're updating all of this. You can go and click on, 14 days on these, monthly. You can go into your stats over here, but this is just like the dashboard right now. They're really updating, and it's going to give you every single bit of analytics. You can go into your affiliate promos, your Groove Mail. I've got mine set to daily because I want to see what's happening each day. But if I give that a second to load, it should go into 14 days, and it's drawing all the information from within my Groove cell, all the products that I sell, so I can see, okay, what's happened? Where are we at? What money have we brought in? What have we spent? And it helps you then manage your business, okay? It's taken a little while. But yeah, any questions? So yeah, you can see, look, so the last 14 days, we've had 10 sales, 2 rebuilds, and you can see by day. So this day we made $332, this day $332, this day $32.19, 64. I mean, this is what you want. You want accessibility like this to be able to see everything, okay? Even visits, again, this at the moment, you can't filter to show different funnels. It just randomly shows me different funnels. Again, they're updating that. They're very transparent in what they're doing. But for me to be a beta tester and have a lifetime offer like this, it's just, there's nothing else like this in the entire market. I'm just going to close some of these guys. So, free offer. I'll put it in the chat where you can get $2,000 worth of my bonuses. You can see there, funnelsqualified.com/groove pages -YouTube YT -bonuses. Go and grab my free bonuses for setting up a free account. It'll take you through to here, and all you need to do is click get started and then put your name, email, username, password, confirm. Done. And please make sure that it's got my referral info down there, Funnels Qualified, and that will then I've set up inside the software that it'll automatically send you my bonuses. So I don't even have to lift a finger. 90% of my world, or my job, my business, is sending people to where I want them to, and then they go through my flow. That's why funnels are great. At the moment, if you're at the expo and you've got a static website and you've got no lead generation, and I'm not talking about a button that says sign up for my newsletter, because no one does that ever. You know, if you've not got any lead generation, you are missing out, because I've got a 24/7, 365 days a year salesperson. When I send them into a page and they pop in their name and email, this then goes through a flow of here's value, here's this, here's me, here's a video, and at any point people can go, yeah, I'm not interested, they opt out. But if they don't, they're still going to keep getting value from me. And if I provide enough value, they'll buy from me in some way, as long as it's serving them. And that's why I keep going back to, you know, serve, don't sell. Don't worry about being a good salesperson. I am not good at selling. I am actually an introvert, massive introvert. I've taught myself over the last 20 years to do this kind of thing. I don't find this easy. After this, I'll kind of have burnout, because I dump all my energy into this. I'll have to recuperate. I'll have a little siesta this afternoon. I'll go and dive in the pool. And then tonight at 6 p.m. British Standard Time, I'll get on with all of my students. I go again. And when I finish that, I flake. Yesterday, I think I had 4 different trainers. I had a mastermind I was running as well. I was wiped out. I had a swim in the pool at 10 o'clock and went at dinner with my girlfriend in the Arenal, and I was just wiped out. So yes, I am 100% an introvert. This is not easy for me. It's a trained thing that I've managed to push myself to do over the last 20 years. And if you are someone sat here watching, or you're on YouTube or whatever, you're watching the replay, if you're that person that's doing the, like I used to do, I can't do that, I'm calling it BS, because you can. If I can do it, you can do it. Whatever you need to do, whatever business you're in, there's a funnel, a challenge, a flow that you can create. If you need our help, just book a planning session and I'll go through it and I'll give you the planning. I'll map it out for you. At the end, take it, run with it. I don't care. I just like to serve. If at the end of it, I give you the map and you go, oh, I don't know how to do that, or I don't want to have to learn, and he wants to help you, I'll give you a quote. If that works for you, great. If not, great. You know, I don't care. I just want to support as many people as I can. I don't need the one-to-one work anymore. In fact, I would prefer to steer clear of it. The challenges for me is all I need, because it gives me more freedom in my life here in Spain. I've got a team. I've got 6 guys in the Philippines, a few guys in India. They run everything for me now. Okay. I dump them videos into my Trello board, and literally the next morning, in fact, one of my guys just pinged me now, one of the videos ready, can you look at the draft? I go back in, ask him to do the edits. He uploads it to YouTube. He does all the keywording. He does all the things for me. I've taught my guys how to do what I did. For many, many, many years, I ran it all on my own. I was a one-man show. The great thing about that, by the way, is you learn how to do it all. So if one of them tries pulling the wool over my eyes, let's say I've got a new employee, he tries giving me, oh no, that video took me hours and hours, sir. I call him out. I go and edit it in Canva. Sorry, not Canva, in Camtasia. I edit it and I record whilst I'm doing it, and I time it and send it back to him and go, well, I've just done that in 1 hour. So doing it all yourself at the beginning is great. But you need to get to a point where you hand off the $10 tasks, but knowing it is a really good thing. So I did funnel building for 10 years before I took anyone on. So if anyone tries, saying, oh, this took this long and this took this long because they're getting paid by the hour, I just call them on it and I show them. I go, and that again is the key for me, is lead. Just lead people, because they will follow. And if you want people to trust you, believe in you, then just lead them. My screen's going all a bit funky now, and I think my computer's just kind of had enough. So, Joe, let me know. I'll turn my mic on. And in fact, let me turn it on over here and see if it does that screeching thing again. Okay. Joe, can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Perfect. Is there anything that anyone's asked that I cannot see?
No, I think no questions as of yet. I think people will probably contact you directly.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. A few comments are coming over YouTube as well. We've got several people watching over there. I think what I will kind of do is I'm going to get rid of some of these pages, and I will kind of do a bit of a wrap up, Joe. And then in about 5 minutes, I will kind of hand back over to you just so I can prep for my planning call that I've got scheduled in at 2 o'clock my time, if that's okay with you.
Of course. Perfect. Thank you.
Let me think. We've gone through the numbers. If anyone, by the way, would like a screenshot of the challenge map, or they would like my phenomenal challenge customer journey, please come and tap me up at my stand, and I'll send you that directly. It's not something I give out. I'm happy to at this event because I'm supporting the guys. And the guys who put this event on, by the way, kudos. The event is amazing. The software is amazing. I love it. I'm going to be working with these guys. In fact, we've been in talks about doing creating an app for me over the last 6 months. So, thank you guys. It kind of helped me feel like I'm at a live event, but I'm not. And the stands, the way they work, the interaction. I've got people on my stand trying to chat to me now. Apologies to those if Debbie Richards, I'm so sorry, I'll come back to you. So yeah, I think a little round of applause for all of the guys who put this together. It's helped me feel like I'm at a live event, but I'm not. I've got on with my business day. My laptop's got my stand open, so every time someone chats to me or jumps on a call, I'm accessible. I'm also going around the entire exhibition. If you're an exhibitor, by the way, and you're watching, you should be going around and speaking to every single exhibitor, 100%. You've got to do that, because what's the point in not? You can't just stand on, when I used to be at events, the physical events, and I'd have a stand, I'd see people who like opposite me, they'd stand on their stand all day waiting. Like this. They'd just look at people. They wouldn't actually approach people who were walking past even. They wouldn't go in and speak to the other stand holders, and they wouldn't even stop people and go, oh, hey, have you, I find that crazy. You paid for a stand. That's normally employees, by the way. But please go and speak to everyone else. Come and speak to me. It doesn't matter if there's no congruency. It doesn't matter if you look at their stand and go, oh yeah, I'm not interested in mental awareness or mental health. Just talk to each other, because there's always something you can both do for each other. And I'm a big advocate of that. So I will be doing that in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. Expect a message from me. Expect me popping into your stand and saying hello. I'll offer my help in any way, and I'll ask for some help from you if that's congruent. And that way we all get the most out of the event. I expect that these guys will run some amazing events over the next 6 months, year, and I'll be supporting them hugely. And please don't be an exhibitor or an attendee that just doesn't make the most of it. That's just my advice. So yeah, Joe, I'm going to wrap up now. I'm going to stop screen sharing, and I'm going to hand over to you so that I can go and prep for my call. Anything else you need from me, Joe? I'm happy to help.
No, you've covered everything. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. I'm loving the feedback for you.
No.
It's lovely.
Perfect. My pleasure. And the first thing I'm going to do is going to go and run outside. Oh,
sorry.
I'm going to go and jump in the pool because I am absolutely melting.
Hi, Charles.
Is it Joe?
Hello, Ryan.
Hi everyone, sorry for the delay. Technical gremlins, as I'm sure we've all experienced in our online virtual events. My name is Ryan Stevenson. I'm the CEO for Greenplane, which is a UK-based company, a technology company, which has been set up to assist businesses ready themselves and transform ahead of the fourth industrial revolution. And I say ahead of the fourth industrial revolution for very good reason. We have a very specific way of working. We believe that slow is smooth and smooth is fast. So what I want to say to everyone right away is that we're living in very precarious times. Let me go to my presentation and we can start here, because I believe that we all have a great responsibility, a shared responsibility on our hands right now. The world's changed. COVID has brought about many changes to all of us. We've had to rethink how we work, how we come together, how we eat, how we drink, how we commute, how we travel from one country to the next. And we're relying far and far more upon technology to fill the gaps. Now, we all know that technology before COVID was disconnecting us. It wasn't actually bringing us together. So now we really have a responsibility to think about how we use technology to not just facilitate our ways and means of being and working, but how do we use technology to create more meaning, more purpose? How do we use it to drive change? How do we use it to perform with more meaning and purpose, not just in their jobs, but in their daily lives? So we're going to be taking a little bit of a journey today when we think about insights and how we discover insights. What is the thinking? What are the questions that need to be asked? Because everyone's touting and promising insights by using their technology, but most companies aren't succeeding with their digital transformation. So we're going to be thinking today about what do you need to be asking yourself, your team, your boss, and your community at large to really start creating an authentic, original, and customized plan that is right for you. Because trying to fit into the box of everyone else doesn't work, as I'm sure you probably already know. Now, before we get into that, what I'd really love to understand is you in the audience. What do you think? What do you feel? Where are you at the moment in terms of your journey? What is hindering you? And how can we really start to think about questions that will unlock your journey that is right for you? Because everyone spends their life looking for answers. But the answers for one is not the answer for you. What if we spent our lives looking for the questions, the right questions that reveal the right answers for us? So what I'd like to do just to start off with, this is a word cloud to capture how you guys feel when you hear the words digital transformation. So what I'd like you to do is to just grab out your phone for 1 second. And if you can open up your camera and literally just hold it over the QR code, what you'll see is a little drop down link will appear. You can click on that and you can type in the word that you feel when you hear digital transformation. And I'm going to join you in this because this is the most common word that I get, and it'll be interesting to see how you guys assimilate. Anxiety. People think they are behind. People think they are not. People are headed towards a destination and they're not quite sure how to change the destination. So they feel a lot of anxiety. They're locked into technologies. They're locked into particular ways of working. They're not able to really be agile, or they don't really understand what digital transformation is and how digital transformation leads to being agile. So it would be great to have a few more bits of feedback there. But for the moment, that's okay. We're going to come back to this again at the end, and you can always put your feedback in at that point. The next question that's really important to ask is, in what order would you list these steps? What makes the most sense? Where would you start and where would you end? And once again, we're just going to grab at our phones. We're going to go and scan the QR code. We're going to get the drop down and we're going to order this in a way which we think we should progress. Now, what's interesting is I'm going to layer this the way that most people layer it. So let's go. And this is the way that most people layer it. When they're asked the question, what makes sense to do first? Consolidate your data or go with automation? Well, obviously we should consolidate our data. What's next? Should we go with machine learning, AI, human transformation, automation, or am I able to see that without visual business intelligence? So maybe business visual intelligence. Once I've got that, I can start to automate. Once I've got that, I can start to put machine learning, AI, human transformation. And the human transformation one, for some reason, always seems to come at the end. So we're going to break this down into why majority of this is correct and why human transformation is in completely the wrong place. So let's think about it this way. How many of you, now that you've all answered that it makes sense to consolidate your data, how many of you have consolidated your data? And I'm going to give you the answer that most people give. And that is no. You see, we all know what it is that we need to do, but we just don't know how to go about doing it. So what's the biggest issue with technology? Is it because you're not connected? Is it because you have to do manual reporting? It's because you can't see the analytics that you need because it's limited? Is there missing data? Are you handcuffed to legacy? You can't get your data out of there? Or is it something else? For most people, is that it's not connected. And we're going to discuss the reasons why. So think about it. If your data is everywhere, spread across multiple technologies, multiple data feeds, multiple reports, Excel reports, in one of those technologies, you will know that you're going to get far more insights than another. Doesn't matter which technology it is, you're going to get a visual dashboard which starts telling you what's happening in that sector, what's happening in that department. And you're able to, through that, gain insights. But your business is connected. Everything's connected. So how do we get the complete view if everything is separate? You wouldn't begin building a house with 4 different blueprints. You would have one blueprint. You might break that blueprint up, but there's just one to start. So how are we expected to navigate and manage our digital futures if our data is everywhere? Imagine if we could consolidate all of those multiple data feeds, reports, technologies, spreadsheets. Imagine if we could collect all of our old reports. Instead of doing it manually, we could connect them manually. We could collect them through an automatic sweep on your email, which is very easily done. We could take all of your old dashboards and we can consolidate and transform them into one visual and interactive digital dashboard. And the best thing about this is that you don't need to change your technology stack. Think about it. In all of your technologies, how much data do you actually look at? What are you actually extracting? How much of it is actually noise? Imagine if you could cut that noise. Imagine if you could just see the data that you needed to see, where and when you needed to see it, and the way in which you needed to see it. And this has been possible to you for a long, long time. Because think about it. If you can create a rule, you can create a visual. And if you can create a visual, you can transform it. Because if you can measure it, you can manage it. And currently, you're not being asked to manage anything that you can't measure, which means that you've already got this. You already know what data it is that you need to see. You know how you like to see your data. But maybe you are restricted in terms of where you can see it, when you can see it, and how you can see it. Imagine being able to customize that perspective. Imagine being able to choose exactly how it is that you see your data. Imagine if you were able to bring your data into a visual dashboard, which included your entire business. Just remember, less is more. You don't need to have all of your data all in one place, but what you do need is to have the data you need all in one place. So let's think about it. How much would it change your life if all of your data was centralized? How would it change your life if all of your reports, if all of your presentations, maps, websites, apps, all included centralized data, all branded within your company branding, all shown the way that you want it to be shown? And for you to be able to choose and create groups for who can see what data You could have 50, 100, 1,000 people all looking at the same dashboard, but everyone's seeing different content. And what's really great about making it interactive is that you can encourage people to start playing with your data, to start actually really narrowing down how that data can transform, how it can change by changing smaller data sets or adding data sets. So think about it like this. You've got so many different audiences, your different departments, the audiences that attend your events, your sponsors, your shareholders, your exhibitors. They all want to see different bits of content. How can you engage your audiences with reports, with presentations, with shared content that will actively bring them into the conversation? Because when you start engaging your audiences with shared data, interactive data that is visual, that they can see and manipulate and change, this is when we can start to get feedback. This is when you can stop guessing about what your next move is. Because we get the opportunity to be able to take the temperature of what your audience thinks, what your audience feels. We get to understand how they think about your data and how they think about the solutions that are available to your data. This gives you the insights that you're really looking for, because currently you're looking for your technology to give you the insights. But you're just seeing the same insights that everybody else is seeing, because you're seeing it within the vision of your software provider. You're only able to see analytics in a certain way, or maybe you've got to pay more money to see analytics in the way you really need to see it. What if you could just extract that data and transform it into a central repository which allowed you to be able to unify your departments, to be able to incentivize and challenge your people, to be able to play what if with visual and interactive data, to be able to cut that noise, get feedback, and actually align your people. The reality is that you can't change what is not visible. In 2012, I was flown over to London to head up as training director a brand new trading company, which was teaching people how to trade various different indices, currencies, and commodities. And when I got over, the sales director was quite happy with himself because they were smashing figures month on month. But when I started breaking down into the numbers, what I noticed is that this was not successful. 80% of the people on the floor were in fact failing. And so what we did was we made that data visual in green and red data on a big old-fashioned manual board, which was updated manually. And in the beginning, all of the KPIs, the key performance indicators that resulted in the business that we need and want, they were red. And over 3 months, it went from 80% red to being 80% green, and the business transformed. So making your data visual is a way to be able to really include your people in the greater story, to be able to see how your impact is changing the overall. And it's about using your data to be able to meet your digital future with conviction. So you've got to start asking the question, if all of your data was in one central repository, if it was visual, if it was interactive, if you could control who sees it, if you could ask for feedback so you could stop guessing, if you could start to automate your tasks, your reporting, your processes, if you were able to find out before you did that, how much time would it save your business? You could then start to think about what you would do with the available time, because work expands according to the time given to it. So unless you know what you're going to be transforming that spare time into, the time will become lost. But once you are here, once you've automated your processes, once you've just got the data that you need in one central repository, you are agile. You are free to disband in certain technologies, bring other technologies in, make sure you automate just the data that you need from that new technology. And once you are here, you can start to see and let the data show you what it is that you need to get next, what you need to do next. Just stop for one moment and imagine if in your business right now, nobody ever had to go and do a manual report. Imagine if you, the boss, the manager, always knew where you were exactly on your cost per contract, after all of the desk fees, after the expenses, after the extra costs that were incurred this month? What difference would it make to you and your people to not second guess, to not wonder, to stop making decisions based on emotion, but to start making decisions based on facts, because we can actually see it and we can see how the changes that we are making is transforming it. We don't need to fight our surroundings. We need to observe our surroundings, and we need to become familiar with our surroundings, and we need to start asking the right questions. So ask yourself this question. How do you feel that you as a business right now is able to evolve and transform without being able to visually see what's happening and see the whole picture together? One of the biggest problems that we have at the moment is that we're not engaging our audience, our people, to think about data in the way that we need. You want to be a data-centric company. You want your data displayed visually. You want it to be interactive, and you want it to drive change. Well, are you currently utilizing dashboards which are interactive in your training, which can actually show your trainees how changes to their key performance indicators can change the end result? Are you currently motivating your people to start moving towards a 4-day working week? Because everybody's motivated by something different: time, money, recognition. And unless you're in sales, you only earn what it is that you earn. So how else do we motivate people beyond being in a tribal culture rich environment? Well, what about time? I know that all my salespeople, I could try and motivate them with earning 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 pounds a week or a month, depending on the job. Didn't really matter. What really motivated them was if they could do their job by Thursday, they didn't have to come to work on Friday. So I got a 20, 30, 40% increase in sales figures, and I got it done in 20% less time. So what would you be doing with your people if you were to save all of this time? What impact would it make on your business if you didn't have to deal with a stressed boss who was always wanting to know where you were? What if you could just press a button and know? What if you could press that button and know? So the most important thing to remember here is take it easy. Let's think about it again, real smooth. The data's everywhere right now. You can stop manually reporting. If you can automate those reports, if you can bring those into one consolidated dashboards where you can change the view, customize the view, customize the filters to be able to get to the data you need and the answers you need. How would that transform your meetings? How would that transform your events, your speaker sessions? How would it transform your reports to your shareholders? How would it report your websites if you were able to make interactive data displays to show how your products and your services is making a difference in their area, in their country, or whatever else it is that they're looking to find out? Shared data is shared success. We only need to look at the smart cities around the world to understand that the reason why they're smart cities and the reason why the data is being shared is that it allows people in the public sphere to start thinking about how they can create solutions to the problems that we all face. And here's the thing. Don't invest in other companies or agencies to come and do your digital transformation alone. You need to invest in the nuances of the people that work in your business, because only they really know your business. It's about transforming the minds of the people that you work with, that work for you, because technology is going to surpass us. It is going to become more intelligent. And unless we make technology work for us rather than us working for technology, we're going to miss the point. Because the point is that we need to be readying ourselves as a humanity to be able to leverage AI and big data to get the insights we need to use our hearts and our intuition based on the nuances that we understand for our people and our audiences, and make decisions that are right for us. Because that is the last bastion of hope for us as human beings when it comes to data. Technology needs to give us the information, and we need to make those decisions. And it's up to us to be able to bring each and every single one of our humans along for the ride, so they can start to understand how technology can work for them, transform their lives, and they can begin to buy in. Because you don't just want to go to your people and say, this is what we're doing right now. You need to get them to buy in. You need to get them to be actively involved in thinking about how technology can transform their lives, and what would they do differently in their jobs if they didn't have to do the manual reporting, if they didn't have to deal with the stresses, if those 20 hours or 30 or however many hours it was on a month was freed, where would they spend it? And once you understand what motivates your people, then you can start to align what your business objectives are with someone's personal aspirations. And that's really what's essential. And that's why feedback is so important. And that's why shared data is so important, that is visual and interactive, so everyone can understand it, everyone can see it, and everybody has the opportunity to start to understand that there's no such thing as a lucky day or an unlucky day. And that we have the ability and the tools to be able to transform our end results. So in summary, guys, automation, big data, it's been available to small and medium-sized businesses for a long, long time. The trouble is the how has been missing. And the how is not that complicated. So really, more than anything, what I'd like for you to take away from today is what is the starting point? And do you really feel like you can create a meaningful and sustainable digital journey if you haven't consolidated your data and you can see your business, just the parts you need, in one place at any time you need, and to be able to share that with anyone? Hopefully you can stop looking for your answers in the next technology. Give us a call. You can always book a meeting with us, and we can chat about how we can consolidate your multiple data feeds into something which is interactive, consolidated, and able to guide you into the digital future. Thanks everyone for joining. It's been a pleasure, and I hope to see you at our stall.
Thank you, Ryan.
Oh my God. It was interrupted.
Eric.
Hi, Joe. Oh, is it Joe? Hello. Nice to
Yes,
meet you.
hi. Nice to meet you too. You got in okay. Apologies about that before. Goodness, it all seems to be go, go, go.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, that's no problem. So let me just see. Yeah, I can share my screen here. Let me just check
That's
that.
really,
You now see
just
my
need-
screen, I take it.
here we go. Let's see. Yes, I can indeed. That's lovely.
Perfect. Okay, so that's working good. All right, so we're good to go at 3 o'clock, yeah?
Yes, indeed.
All
Looking
seems to be
forward
going
it.
very well, does it?
Oh, it's a bit crazy, I must admit. But the heat as well. What's it like your end?
It's not actually too bad today. It was very, very warm earlier in the week, but today it's overcast and a bit cooler, so it's a bit more pleasant.
That's good. I'm sitting here with a fan and an ice pack.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine.
Sorry, my voice keeps going. Apologies.
Are we live at the minute, Jim?
Yes, yes, I perfect.
Okay, Joe, I think we're ready to go, aren't we?
Yes, we are indeed. So thank you very
Excellent.
much.
Excellent. Well, listen, before I start, I think it's just appropriate to give a hands up to Joe and the team that have organised this event. It's truly impressive, and isn't it a demonstration of how the world has changed in the last 18, 19 months for all of us. And I'm going to be talking today about selling and about sales. And of course, sales is something that, along with everything else, has changed significantly over the last few years, but never more so than over the last couple of years. So just by way of introduction, I'm Rick Wilkinson. I'm the managing partner of a sales training and sales leadership training company. I'm based in Leeds in West Yorkshire. I'm guessing that there's people from all over the country, from a huge variety of businesses, and that's kind of typical of the sort of work I do. I work with large, small, owner-managed businesses, perhaps across multiple sectors. And what I'm going to talk to today, or what I'm going to talk about in the next hour, is around why it is that people buy. And as I've put on the slide there that you'll be able to see on your screen, why people sometimes don't buy. We've all been there. Those prospects that we feel, we just have that gut feel that we've got one, that this is a deal that's ours to lose, and yet for some reason, frustratingly, after all the time and effort that we've put in, they just don't close. So hopefully give you a few tips, a few hints, a few ideas. I'm going to go through quite a lot of content, so I'm going to move fairly quickly within this hour. If there's anything that I talk about that you'd like to discuss with me, if there's anything that you're not clear, if there's anything that I say that you don't particularly agree with, then by all means contact me either through the auditorium itself, or of course on my email address, which is on the screen there, rick.wilkinson@sandler.com. So let's kind of get started. And I wanted to start with a bit of a reflection of how things have changed. Now, this is the incorruptible cashier. This was invented by a guy called James Riley just after the American Civil War. He was a bar owner in Cincinnati in the US. And the problem that he had, because everything at that point, of course, was quill and ink, was that he had no way of stopping his staff from taking his money. And he came up and he patented what he termed the incorruptible cashier. It was the first ever electronic means by which we could control the movement of cash through our business. There was nothing like it. And he sold the business, or he sold the patent at a later date to a guy who was a china and glass salesperson. And he set up a company called National Cash Registers. National Cash Registers, of course, became NCR, and the rest of it is history, as they say. So why do I share this with you, and as an example of how things have changed? Well, of course, their route to market, given that this was such a completely revolutionary piece of technology, was that they would drop themselves with a cashier at the start of a street, and they'd knock on doors, they'd walk down the street, and they'd take orders. Because there was no logical reason why anybody would not want to invest in one of these pieces of technology. I mean, a salesperson's idea of paradise. But of course, things have changed. Very few of us are fortunate to live in the world where what we sell is an incorruptible cashier. The market is far more complex. Our buyer is far more informed. There is, I think, a degree of cynicism perhaps about salespeople, which we have to overcome, particularly if we want to have rational adult-to-adult conversations with a prospect. And all of those things kind of come together to make it very difficult sometimes to qualify whether or not what the person that we're working with, the person that we're investing our precious time and our precious resources with, is a genuine prospect, or maybe he's just a suspect or a prospect. Yet therein lies the problem, because the two tend to look very similar. Your suspects are often interested, inquisitive, they're opening to listening to us. But how they differ from a prospect is they lack the motivation to buy. There's no compelling emotional reason that they would want to change what they're doing today, which they know and they trust, to do something different. So our job of salespeople, of course, is to qualify, to protect that precious time that we've got in order to ensure that we spend it, we invest it with people that have a reason to buy, notwithstanding the fact that, of course, not buying, doing nothing is often our competition. It's not the guy or the girl down the street, it's their natural caution to stick with what they know and trust, even when that isn't perfect. Because if we think about it, the value that we bring as a salesperson, as a sales professional, is in the information that we gather. We gather that information through the insightful, challenging questions that we ask, more so than the information we give, the information we impart. Salespeople sometimes, and we can all fall into this trap, become rather I-centric. We like to talk about ourselves, we like to talk about our product because we know what a great product or service we have. We like to give information about our credentials, our service, our awards, all of which is very I-centric. It's sort of akin to going up to somebody that we see in a bar that we might be attracted to, and going over to them and saying, "Hi, what's your name?" And when they give us their name, we say, "Oh, great, shut up. Let me tell you all about ourselves." Now, I'm guessing if we did that, chances of getting a second date are probably not particularly high, right? I mean, they're just, we're not going to get very far with that. People like to talk about themselves. People like to engage with people that are interested in them, less so than themselves. So being buyer-centric rather than being I-centric. And the way that we have to be buyer-centric, of course, is by sometimes, not talking about ourselves, but asking insightful questions. Insightful questions allow us to understand whether or not there are reasons to do business. Often there may not be. And if that's the case, of course, when do we want to know that? Do we want to know that in those early stages of the engagement, at that first discovery meeting? Or do we want to know it when we've invested time over several meetings, perhaps put together a proposal or a presentation before they find that actually they're going with our competitor, or they're choosing the competitor, which is do nothing? So before I move on, I wanted to share with you a little bit of a sort of personal insight, if you don't mind. I hope this doesn't come across as being too self-indulgent, but this is me. This is me with my 8-year-old horse, Shamrock. And, I have been for many, many years, since I was a wee boy, a very passionate equestrian event rider. I have far more passion for it, however, than I have ability, unfortunately. And as I get older, it seems that I get worse. I certainly know that when the horse and I part company, that certainly hurts a lot more. And if I watch the professional riders, what I see is how in control they are, how they seem to flow from one jump to the next jump. As they go over a jump, they're already focused on the next jump, or maybe even the jump after that. Just like a golfer that's not kind of focused on this swing, they're thinking, where do I need to put the ball in order to position for the next shot? for me, it's different. You know, in my world, I'm focused, that fence that I'm coming up to at 35 miles an hour, and thinking, how the heck do I get over this one? And as I land, hopefully intact on the horse on the other side, I then start to look up and think, okay, so where do I go next? You know, and maybe I've kind of gone off to the right, where actually I should have gone off to the to the left. And, you know, sometimes I'll get round, perhaps more often than not. I tend to find that when I do, and I'm talking to my coach afterwards, I'll say, I don't know, I mean, how was that? Did it, you know, did it look okay? You know, my time wasn't very good. It didn't seem to be particularly efficient. And somehow I'm sort of, never mind how well I've done, I'm left with that feeling that, I don't know, it just didn't seem right. And the reason I mention that is that for many years, my pain discovery process, my pain discovery step in my sales qualification process kind of felt a little bit like that. You know, I come out of those meetings, and when I talk about pain discovery, I'm talking about those early discovery meetings, qualification meetings, when I'm trying to assess whether or not I'm speaking with a genuine prospect, or am I in fact speaking to a suspect, somebody that will gladly take all the information that I want to give them, will listen, will be interested, but ultimately won't buy. It kind of tended to feel a little bit like that. You know, was I asking the right questions? Did I sort of veer off track at some point and fail to find my way back onto the, because in truth, I think oftentimes I was winging it. Now, you know, listen, I did 35 years in the IT industry. I worked for big companies like Cisco and HP, and I worked for many small businesses. I ran teams, I ran territories, I ran my own company, but still kind of felt a little bit that I wasn't totally in control. And consequently, I'd come across those prospects that I thought were prospects, only to find out later in the process, you know what, they were a suspect. They've taken all of my time and resources, but yeah, I didn't get the deal. I didn't get to go to the bank. So that's really what I'm going to talk about today. A little bit of structure, maybe try and give you some ideas as to how we can approach that qualification as to whether or not they're prepared to change what they're doing today to do something different. Yeah, because we are all in the change business. Because when we think about it, you know, if we understand a prospect's need, and we believe that they've got a clear understanding of the value that we bring and how we bring that, and we know in our heart that we've got the ideal solution, well, then doesn't it follow that the business is ours to lose? Well, you might have thought so, and yet we still lose those deals. And I guess the question is kind of, why is that the case? Now, there can be lots of reasons, of course. It could be that we just focus too much on ourselves. We've got a preconceived idea of why they would want to buy from us. We're not engaging with real active listening. We're not questioning those wishy-washy statements that they make, like we're quite interested. We don't pick up on those things, or perhaps we're too intent on just telling rather than selling. And I would argue that selling is really about asking questions. So, you know, when I'm working with prospects and clients who are rightly proud of the products and the service that they deliver and the value that they deliver, and yet they're questioning, you know, why is it that my process doesn't seem to work? Why is it that I've got, in my mind, the best product or service out there? We're price competitive. We're nice people. We build long-standing relationships with people that get value from us. And yet we don't win the business. And it's a good question. And my answer to that is that, Yet many of those stalls and objections that we get from our prospects, or should I say perhaps our suspects, those people that say things to us like, I think I've got to think this over. I'm not sure that that's within our price bracket. I'm not sure with COVID that this is the right time for us to do that, which of course may be genuine objections, but sometimes are what I would term a slow no or a polite no. They've already decided that they're not going to think it over. They've already decided it's a no. And in fact, the only person that's thinking it over is poor old me, who's mulling over it over the weekend as to whether or not when I call them on the Tuesday, they're actually going to take my call. So if it's not the product or the service, then perhaps it's something to do with the interaction that we have with the buyer, how we're viewed by the buyer. Because the question I ask is, do prospects believe everything that we say? What level of credibility do we have as salespeople? In my sales training courses, I often play a little word association game, and we'll throw a few words out there and see what the immediate response is. We might say an engineer, and usually we get technical. We get design. I might say Uber, and we'll get technology, game changing, burgers and chips. When I say salespeople, it isn't pretty. People say self-centered. I'll get liar. Snake oil came up yesterday. Now, I'm guessing that all of you that are listening to this are thinking, well, that's not me. And I know it's not me either. I know that I'm honest. I know that I have the best interests of my clients, and that I'm not interested in working with somebody that either doesn't want to or doesn't need to work with me. I've worked with thousands of salespeople all across the world, and what I know to be true is that 95% of those people are honest, hardworking professionals. Emphasis on professionals, people that are proud to be salespeople, as a doctor's proud to be a doctor, and a lawyer is proud to be a lawyer, and a school teacher is proud to be a school teacher. And yet we're not always seen that way, are we? You know, think about it. What defines and typifies the relationship and the psychology that's going on in the room when you're the seller and they're the buyer? Is it an adult to adult conversation, or does it sometimes lapse into being more of a critical parent role that the buyer takes on, and ourselves as the adaptive child, doing everything that we can to keep our parent happy? And that, of course, is never going to be a foundation for a long-term business engagement where we need to have adult-to-adult conversation. So over the years that I've worked with companies and I've analysed their current sales process before we go through a journey of change, of course it varies. And you will all have your own sales system, of course. And if I asked you to jot that down right now in 4, 5, 6, 7 steps, starting with acquiring somebody that's interested, gaining a prospect at the prospecting end, and at the other end going to the bank, then I'm sure you can write down that gated process that you go through to qualify in or to qualify out. But here's an example of what I tend to see, and I've termed this the traditional sales model. I'm not suggesting it's everybody's model. I'm not suggesting it's your model. But you might see elements of this that look familiar. And I call it the show up, throw up, beg and bother approach. Now, it's not an approach that doesn't work. I will say that I sold in this way myself for perhaps the first 15 years of my career, did a lot of big business, did a lot of small business, was successful, but it was stressful, I think is the word that I would say. I wasn't the cash register guy that could walk along the street, show them my wares, do my demo, and then push the contract across the table. Buyers were already becoming more sophisticated, more knowledgeable, more skeptical. I think I was sounding, behaving, looking like every other salesperson that went into their office. There was no differentiation in the way that I was managing the sales conversation. And there was little differentiation in truth between products. As much as I told them that I had best, as much as I told them that I had the best thing since sliced bread, what I discovered was everybody's got sliced bread. So in the traditional sales model, we turn up, we do a bit of needs analysis. Yeah, we ask some questions. Often they're technical questions, or certainly in my world, they were technical questions. What sort of product are you using today? What are some of the challenges that you're having with that product? These are good questions. But what I learned and what I came to understand is that people's decision to buy isn't solely made at that adult level. If you've ever read any science or psychology around human buying decisions, what it will tell you is that people have a tendency to buy emotionally. Yeah, their child ego state has to want it before the adult then gets involved to justify that decision technically. And of course, the industry that knows this better than any other, of course, is the advertising industry. If you can sell loo roll, if you can sell detergent emotionally, then of course anything can be sold on emotion as well as from a technical point of view. So I guess the question becomes, do we have the questions that we need to ask to get to that emotional understanding, to understand their emotional commitment and reasons to buy? Because if we don't have a fully qualified prospect. We spent 10, 15 minutes asking some questions, and then we get to what we were really there for sometimes, because salespeople, they like to present their product. We can't wait to do their demo. Certainly, again, I'll hold my hands up. Over the years, selling software, selling cybersecurity products, selling networking hardware, we can't wait to sort of launch into the deck, the corporate deck that tells them everything, including my mother's maiden name, much of which is irrelevant. And then, of course, having sort of thrown up and given them everything that we've got, then we go to that place where we feel a bit of pressure, because now we're looking to close the deal. And of course, the prospect's not feeling particularly okay either. So, you know, both of us, unfortunately, are in that I'm not okay state. Whereas, of course, what we really want is I'm okay, you're okay. Which, of course, typically will result in some of those, let me think it over, some of those put-offs and stalls, and then we start to bother them. Then I'm calling them the following day, of course. Now, the buyer, of course, and as I said, I think when I was doing this, what I recognized was that maybe I'm just like every other salesperson. Maybe 20 minutes after I left their office, the truth is they couldn't remember whether I was from company A or company B, because I did exactly that. Poor buyer, you know, has blood running out of their eyes because they sat through 3 presentations of 50 slides or 3-hour-long demos showing every feature and function that we have. And the buyer, of course, has identified that, seen that pattern of behavior. And of course, they have their own system. And it's a very powerful system. And it's one that you might recognize simply because you've probably done it yourself. You've probably done this yourself. So let's take a look at the buyer's system. Now, typically, this can start with us professing some interest. If you're going to buy a car online, but you want to go and get a test drive, when you walk into that showroom, I'm guessing you're not going to say to the salesperson, look, I'm going to buy a car online, but I'd like to get some of your knowledge and experience. I'd like to have a look around it, get to smell that new car smell, maybe take it for a test drive. Of course not. I'm going to profess, look, I'm here to buy a car. Yeah. So step one of the buyer's process, tongue in cheek, listen, I don't wish you all to leave here thinking that all buyers are liars, but I think you'd profess that you probably do this yourself. They lie about their interest. Sometimes the more interested they appear, the less likely they are to buy, because if they want to buy, they keep their cards close to their chest. They don't want to give you the sense of blood because they fear how, as a salesperson, you will react. They act really motivated. Again, we don't know why. Motivated because they're going to buy, motivated because they're collecting information, motivated because they're price checking, who knows? Again, they tend to lie about that step. Now, question is, why do they do that? Why do they do that? Well, if you think about salespeople, we're the biggest source of free information out there, with the exception of the internet. Ask yourself this question: how much knowledge and experience do you have that you carry around with you, that you've amassed over the time of your career, that you've invested in? I'm guessing it's significant. You can solve problems. And oftentimes it is part of the buyer system that's actually what they're interested in. They wish to obtain free information. They steal. Step one is that they lie. Step two is that they lie. Step three is they want to steal. They want unpaid consulting. And salespeople oftentimes, again, done it myself, only too happy. Give them everything that they want because I'm the adaptive child. They're the critical parent. I feel compelled to give them the information that they want. Now, of course, there's a bit of a game. And I understand we have to give some information in order to move things along sometimes. But I want something in return for all of that information that I'm going to give them that's so valuable, because it's not the fact that the information is free that's attractive to our buyer. It's the fact that it's valuable. What I want in exchange is some level of commitment. Some level of commitment as to what's going to happen after I've made that presentation, after I've given them that proposal. And perhaps the way I'm doing that is to say, Mr. or Mrs. Prospect, of course, I'd be happy to put together a proposal, a presentation that talks about the things that we've covered and how we could help you address them. But before we do that, let me ask you this question. What precisely is going to happen? What would we then do? What would we do next? Because I want some commitment. Now, of course, in the buyer's system, they know it's coming. Yeah, they think that as salespeople, we went to train killer school, and at a train killer school, we were taught to get a yes. So they're prepared for this. Excuse me. And they avoid that commitment. They avoid the commitment by saying things like, Rick, it sounds great. I really like what you do, but I think I probably need to talk to my business partner about this. I need to talk to my finance director to see whether or not we've got those kind of funds available. And we get into that sort of objection handling. You know, they throw something at us and we throw it back again, and we maybe we're addressing the right objection, or maybe the objection is something completely different. Maybe it's just that they've decided to say no. So typically they're going to lie about, Rick, this was great. I can see no reason why at some point in the future we might want to do something with you. And I'll tell you what, Rick, why don't you give me a call next week? And of course, then we know what happens. Suddenly we've got a prospect that's gone into hide mode. It's like the minute we left their office, and I guess, we'll all have been there. The minute we left their office, it was like they'd entered the prospect protection program. All we've got is a lifetime subscription to their voicemail. But the prospect isn't taking our call. Even though they said, Rick, it's great, give me a call on Tuesday. Now I've been demoted from being a consultant, albeit unpaid, who holds the room, who's knowledgeable, who's respected. Now I'm kind of hovering around their voicemail like some kind of fly. I'm an insect. I'm investing my time, my emotional energy in trying to bring back to life something that likely or possibly was dead some time ago, that the prospect didn't feel comfortable to tell me no, because their perception of salespeople was, I went to train killer school and I'm only interested in getting a no. Sorry, getting a yes. So the buyer's system is typically something, when I talk about it, it's a little bit of a lights on moment. We've all done it ourselves. We perhaps all see our prospects doing this to us, and it's a powerful system. And typically, unless we have a better system, then the buyer's system is the one that will take the lead. So we'll talk a little bit about what a system is and what it looks like. And as I say, you probably have your own system that will counter the buyer's system. But before we do that, let's just think about why it is people that buy, why it is that people choose to buy or not buy. Well, effectively, probably 4 reasons. In fact, again, buyer psychology talks in terms of these 4 reasons. The frontal lobe part of the brain is that emotional part where we make buying decisions in our child ego state. People buy because they've got pain now. We can all think of what pain might be. You're losing clients, your customer service is dropping, your production isn't efficient, and consequently your prices are out of line with your competition. On a personal level, your car has broken down, you can't get to meetings. Pain in the present, pain in the future, which we might think of as being fear. Maybe that's something that you're coming to the end of a warranty on your manufacturing equipment. Perhaps it's some form of regulation that's coming down the line that you're going to need to comply with to continue to win new clients. And then on the other side, there's the pain side, pain or pleasure, both now or in the future. We can think of a pension as being that it might be 30 years hence, but we know that that's going to be something that's going to be a big gain for us in the future. It could be that if we invest in this way, it won't prevent us. It's not about preventing us from losing clients. It's about, it'll open up a new market for us. So we're going to gain something through this investment. But of all of those buying emotions, you can probably imagine which is the most compelling, and it's pain in the present. Let's think about that. If you've got one of those compelling problems right now, everything else, oftentimes including money and time and resources, becomes insignificant or less significant because we need to solve that problem. It feels life-threatening. So our job as a salesperson, of course, is to understand deeply the emotional, compelling, and personal reasons why somebody might want to change what they're doing today in order to do something different. And I think sometimes, if we're not careful, we assume there's a need and there's an understanding of our product or service. Therefore, doesn't it follow that they should buy our product? But it doesn't take into account the other priorities that they've got, the importance they place on fixing this problem, and how it affects them personally, how it affects them emotionally, and how it affects the business on a financial level. Again, if we don't know that, we can't say that we've got a fully qualified prospect. Buyers, the problems that the buyer brings to us, the sort of things that they might say to you, Rick, I'd like to have a conversation with you about our software application that we're using for CRM, because the guys aren't using it. That's a problem, but it's not the real problem. There could be several reasons why the guys aren't using the CRM system. And sometimes we leap in too early. We move from what I would term being a doctor. And if you think about it, a doctor is there to understand the nature of the problem. Rick, move your arm up, move your arm down. Let's try and figure out what's wrong before we become the surgeon that says, okay, Rick, here's what I think we need to do. We've diagnosed the problem at a root cause level. Now let us talk about what it is I think we need to do to fix it. So we're going to talk about that essence of why people choose to buy or not buy, which is, do they have actionable pain? Because really, this is where the sale's made. Pain equals motivation. It equals motivation for them to change what they're doing today. And if we really focus in on that, on that pain, then the anatomy of pain, if you like, really has these three elements. There's the observable surface level problems, which a prospect usually will bring to us or will be prepared to talk to us about. Everybody has a need or has needs. They don't always like to acknowledge and admit to it. Sometimes they haven't self-diagnosed themselves what the cause of the problem is. So that oftentimes we have that observable surface level problem. And I'll give you an example in a moment. But we need to understand what the causes are. We need to understand why that is happening, because of course there can be many reasons. And it is through the questions that we ask that we uncover that, but we also start to take the prospect on a journey of self-discovery. And we demonstrate our knowledge and our credibility of the subject at hand through those questions that we ask. In fact, much more so than just starting to talk and present and be all I-centric. So we've got to understand the surface level problem, the causes, and of course we have to then understand the impact. Everybody has needs, not everybody is a buyer. We've got to understand the business, the personal impact of that problem. If we can bring those three pieces of the puzzle together, the three elements of the anatomy of the pain discovery step in our process, then we're in a position to qualify whether or not this is a suspect or whether this is a prospect. So I wanted to give you a bit of an example, a bit of a real world example of a sort of more a way that I find this works in a kind of structured way that takes us through those steps of the pain puzzle. And now, again, I'm going to use my business, my industry, which I hope isn't too self-serving, but it's the industry that I know, and I didn't want to insult anybody by trying to use a different industry and just using bad examples. So typically when I'm talking to a prospect that I've made a cold call to, or I've met at some form of event, or I've asked for and been given a referral to, and I say to them, Mr. and Mrs. Prospect, typically when I can get it together with somebody like yourself, a business owner, a business leader, there's one or two things that they've sort of got on their mind that they'd like to maybe discuss with me. Is that the case here? Is there something specific that you'd like us to cover in the next hour? And one of the things that very often will come up is something like this. My guys aren't getting enough appointments. Okay, so it's a symptom, potentially a very important symptom, but it's a pain indicator. My guys aren't getting enough appointments. Okay. Yeah, I hear that a lot, Mr. Prospect, Mrs. Prospect. What I'm thinking, of course, is, okay, let's X-ray that. Let's X-ray that. And what I know through my knowledge and experience is it's probably either it's an effort problem or it's a skill problem. So let's start to diagnose that. Let's take on that hat of being the doctor before we start to diagnose and then suggest a remedy. Let's just get into that a little bit. So that my prospects said, well, you know, my guys just aren't getting enough appointments. Okay, so is that an effort problem or a skill problem? In other words, is that because you haven't agreed a weekly prospecting plan that you're tracking and that you're holding the team accountable to? Or is it that you've got that plan, you know, that's documented and that the team are accountable to, but the plan just isn't working? You know, typically that's, you know, it's one of those two things. In your case, I mean, is it what do you think? Chances are the prospect's going to say, well, Rick, it's either a bit of both. It's either a bit of both, or, you know, well, I don't know, I guess we don't have a weekly behavior plan. Okay. I want to mull on that a little bit. I want my prospect to see that the wheels are going round in motion here. Okay. Not unusual, Mr. or Mrs. Prospect. Because now my prospect's thinking about this. Well, I guess I'm not really sure how I'd even go about putting up a plan. You know what? I've never sort of had that kind of plan. Okay, no, I get that. You know, not unusual. So now I've got, you know, now I've got a cause. The problem is that they're not getting enough appointments. I know why they're not getting appointments. They just don't have a prospecting plan that they're holding themselves accountable to and that's working. Before I want to go and diagnose a solution to this and leap into presentation mode, I want to know whether or not that's even relevant. I want to know whether there is a reason for them to put together a plan, either with me, with some other sales trainer or coach, or internally. So I want to understand the third step, the third element of the anatomy of the pain, of the pain puzzle, which is the impact. So, I mean, if you had a prospecting plan that you're executing on and holding yourself accountable, I mean, what specifically would change? Now, there's going to be other add-on questions here, because the emphasis is specifically, how many more appointments do you think you'd book? How many are you booking right now? How many appointments do you need to close a deal? Is it 1 in 3, 1 in 5, 1 in 10? What is a typical deal? Okay, so we think we could close 2 more deals. Average deal is £25,000 revenue, £5,000 profit. Okay, let's do the sums for me, Mr. Prospect. And this has been going on for how long? Okay, 3 years. Okay. And you have how many salespeople? Let's do the sums. Let's get to that business impact. Let's invest our time, because this is where the sale is made or the sale isn't made. So give you another quick example. It's just taking too long to close deals. I hear this a lot at the minute. I don't know why that is. I hear this a lot. Okay. Now I want to know, well, is this an issue of control, or is this an issue of qualification? You know, qualification, is it before the presentation that the prospect disappears or fails to make a decision, or is it after the presentation we're losing control? So is that because you don't have a commitment in advance of doing the presentation that they will make a decision at the end? Or, you know, do you get that kind of commitment up front, but the prospect just kind of breaks it? I don't think, truthfully, you know, we really get a sort of upfront commitment that they're going to make a decision at the end. If it be that yes or no, got it, okay. Because you don't believe that would help, or you're not sure, kind of sure how you would ask that, how you get that kind of commitment. No, I mean, I think it would help, but you know, it's a difficult thing to ask for, isn't it? I mean, how would I do that? Now, again, at this point, I don't want to leap into rescuing them. I don't want to start giving free consulting. I've already demonstrated my knowledge of the subject, and through that, the sense that I can fix it for them. Again, let's talk about impact. Let's talk about what it would mean to you if you fix that. What's your typical sales cycle? How many deals have you got in motion? What would it mean if we could take that from 6 months and make it 5 months? Or if we could qualify out earlier in order that we invest the time that we've got with people that are going to buy. Really about understanding why people would be motivated to buy. People buy for their reasons, not yours. If we have one product and one service alone, I'm guessing that for many of you, each prospect, each client will buy it for a different reason, not for our reasons. Our job is to understand their reasons, the significance of those reasons, their commitment to change through the questions that we ask. Now, I'm focusing, of course, on one element of the qualifying stage, which is reasons to do business, which we call pain. I'm not talking here about step 2, step 3, which is around budget, resources, investment, and the decision-making process. Simply don't have time to do that today. But ultimately, the sale is typically made or not made in the pain step. So my takeaway for you guys is that if you feel that you don't have a system, if you were to ask every one of the people in your business that are engaged in selling to write down, document their gated sales process, would they do it off the bat? And would it be the same between every salesperson? Or would they have to really think about it? And what we end up with was a bunch of different sales approaches. Very difficult to scale, very difficult to manage when we're all doing things in our own way. So I'll share with you in the last 5 minutes. I'll try and wrap this up in 5. And then if there's any questions, I'm happy to take that. If not, contact me if you'd like to through rick.wilkinson@sandler.com. You can contact me on LinkedIn. You can contact me through my booth in the show. And of course, you can contact me through my mobile phone as well. I'm going to talk about a system. Now, of course, there are many systems out there. I think it's more important that you have a system than which system it is. But it needs to be a system that's more powerful than the bias system. It needs to be based on control, that we have control, but we're only ever going to get control, an equal business stature, a adult to adult relationship, as against that critical parent-child relationship, if we've got permission, if our prospect feels comfortable with the way in which we're managing the process. So this process is based, or the system is based on control, but with permission. And it's based on helping our prospect to discover the cause and the impact of the problems that they've got. Oftentimes they haven't considered the real root cause, and they certainly haven't liked to go to that place where they start to understand what it's truly costing them. So discover versus convince. Convince is the traditional model. We can't convince anybody of anything. The only person that can convince somebody is them themselves. And this is the system. This is the Sandler selling system. It's a 7-step gated process. The first 2 steps are around bonding and rapport and setting agreements as to what's going to happen at the end of every meeting. It's about establishing, sometimes in front of an aggressive or skeptical buyer, that we are going to differentiate ourselves through the way that we behave, through the way that we conduct ourselves. We're going to create differentiation. It's going to be an adult to adult conversation. And then the next 3 steps, pain, budget, and decision. are the qualification steps. At any point along that journey, we may decide to qualify out. And if we don't qualify out, we certainly might decide that we need to test the prospect, because if they want it, they'll fight us for it. So the pain step we've talked a lot about, actionable pain, goes way beyond just needs. It's got to be compelling, emotional, and personal. The budget step is about willingness and ability. We've all had those clients that are willing, but they're just not able. They don't have the budget. Or those that are able, they've got the budget, but they're just not willing. Those are the ones we've lost, right? The ones that they just weren't prepared to invest that money with us now. And then finally, the decision-making process. Sure as eggs are eggs are eggs. If I say to a prospect, are you the decision maker in this process, Mr. or Mrs. Prospect? They're typically going to say yes. That's a bit of a challenge, isn't it? Are you the decision maker? Are you important? Perhaps just a simple rephrasing of that question where we say, typically, Mr. or Mrs. Prospect, when I'm working with people like yourselves and the decision to be made that's important, there's several people involved in that. Is that the case within your organization, and what does that look like? Provide a bit of social proof so they feel compelled to say, well, I'm not the only decision maker. Before we even get to that final fulfillment presentation proposal step, now we've got the opportunity to present to a fully qualified prospect that is prepared to make a decision at the end of the presentation or proposal. And if not at the end, at some defined point that's acceptable to and understood by us. The who, the why, the where, the what, the when of that decision-making process. We finally get to use that critical product knowledge to show how we can fix the problems we've unearthed. This is not the time for the dog and pony show. It's not the time to throw all the spaghetti at the wall, hoping that something will fix. Likelihood is, if we introduce things that they haven't found important because we think they're important, we could end up damaging ourselves. We could end up stepping on our own toe. Oh, Mr. Prospect, Mrs. Prospect, did I mention the upgrade we've got coming next month? Whoa, upgrade? What's involved with that? Hang on a minute. Yeah, so we present to fix the problems that we've identified within the budget in terms of investment of people, resources, and money. And then finally, the final step in the process, when we've got that yes decision, before we go and and ring the bell, before we take our spouse out for dinner, is that post-sale step when we have the verbal rehearsal to avoid buyer's remorse or vendor vengeance. How are we going to deal, Mr. or Mrs. Prospect, with the fact that you've been dealing with company X for 20 years, 10 years, 5 years? You've got a good relationship with them. They've serviced you well. I'm guessing they're not going to be sending me a congratulatory card. In fact, they're probably going to drop their prices 20%. How are we going to, how are you going to deal with that? Because what we don't want is that conversation on the Monday morning when things suddenly have changed and we've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. So, guys, I don't have time to spend any more on that system. Some of you might be familiar. I'm sure some of you have gone through Sandler or are familiar with Sandler. We are the world's largest sales training, sales leadership coaching business that works with companies from Apple and large global enterprises down to, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way, I mean in terms of employees down to thousands and thousands of one-person companies. Hope I've given you something to think about. Hope I've maybe challenged some of your thoughts. As I say, happy to have a conversation with any of you. We can put half an hour aside and get that in the diary. I'll leave you with the success triangle. Sales is all about our attitude to ourselves, to our product, and to our market. It's around our technique, the tactics, strategies that we use, and it's around our behavior, our plans, our goals, our daily activities. Thank you very much, guys, for listening. Enjoy the rest of the conference and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much, Rick. Thank you. Sorry, that was quite loud.
All right, can live with that. So, my name is Debbie Richins, and I'm here today to run a workshop for you on unspoken grief and what to do about it. And the definition of grief is the conflicting feelings caused by the end of or change in a familiar pattern of behavior. And that's actually a really important thing to remember, because you can have a conflict of feelings. And we'll talk about that in a little while. So here we go, conflicting feelings. What do we mean by conflicting feelings? There's an image here at the top of the screen, and if you can see, there's a woman who's very happy. Then she's deep in thought, and then she's actually in a place of pain, distressing emotion. And this is what happens if someone we love dies after a long illness, but we've been there looking after them. Something very typically is Alzheimer's, dementia, or other long-term illnesses like cancer that can pop up and down sometimes over the years and cause a lot of problems. So you might feel a sense of relief that they're no longer suffering the issues they are. And that's a really positive thing to experience. But at the same time, you know that that person isn't present in your life anymore. And that is the really painful side of grief. And these are the conflicts that we experience with all kinds of losses that we have in our lives. Relief and pain, which are both sides of the same coin, two sides joined together, and they're both normal responses to death, but also to other types of losses. And as you can see here, there's quite a common conflict that we all live with. You know, divorce is huge.
The screen's not showing. At the moment, it's Facebook that's open.
Sorry, say that again.
Sorry, the screen isn't showing. It's showing a different screen now. It's showing Facebook's popped up.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, that's a start. Let's reduce that a moment. Oh, shouldn't be actually showing anything else. How odd. Let me just shut the other thing down very quickly. Has that gone now?
Yes, Facebook has, and the screen hasn't popped back up though.
No,
Sorry.
hold on. Let's pop that back. Should come back to present. How very odd that Facebook should pop up, because it wasn't actually open. It was closed down. Is that better? Can you see again?
It says West Berkshire Council.
Okay, right. I'm going to shut all these things off quickly, because that should have gone. That's most odd. Right in the middle of this too. That's not exciting. That's just what I don't want to do. I don't want to cut off the other links. Has everything else gone now?
Yes.
Let me just make sure you're not seeing anything else.
Just seeing the Digital Food Expo.
Right, in which case, that's actually ought to go as well. How very odd. Trouble is, if I shut the whole thing down, I'm actually going to lose my... Let's do this very quickly. I'm going to lose my connection with you, which I don't want to do. It gets a bit tricky. I don't really want any of those things showing except my connection with you. You can see I'm very busy. I've got loads of things open that I use all the time. I'm sorry about this. It's not ideal. Come on, come on, come on.
That's all good.
Start again. You think that might be a good idea? No, we're going live, aren't we? That's not good.
No, it's pretty perfect. It's no worries at all.
So fingers crossed, because I daren't shut the Zoom thing down. You've got nothing else. Can you now see my presentation?
No.
Right.
Not as of yet. It's not behind your internet screen, is it? It's not.
No,
hiding
no, no.
behind-
It's right in front of me and the internet screen. Let me just move this back and see what happens.
I can just see Zoom.
There a second. And just move the screen. Try again. Can you see that?
No. Bear with me a moment, okay? I'll get Sanjeev in. Maybe he may know.
Would you please? Because I'm not quite sure what's happened there.
Yeah,
Could
of
you
course.
see any of it at all?
At the beginning, something popped up, but then straight away, Facebook popped up again.
Right, okay, well, let's just try again with the share screen. Hold on. Because it shouldn't have, nothing else should have popped up. Can you see that?
Yes, yes, all perfect.
Right,
Yes.
get back to where we were. And then my lovely whoever will be cutting.
Indeed.
So let's just move the camera a little bit. There we go. So we have a lot of different conflicting feelings, and divorce is one of those things that can bring up a massive load of feelings. We can be very sad that the marriage is over. We can be ecstatic that the marriage is over. We can be numb. We can be joyful. There are so many different conflicting feelings. And as you see from the little image I have here, there's a little girl stuck in the middle who's also having her own conflicting feelings. How does she please mummy? How does she please daddy? So we have conflicting feelings from when we're very, very young, and often they come into our adulthood and they cause us issues because we don't actually know what they are. Our subconscious spends its whole day collecting information, and that information gets tucked away in our brain. And then when something irritates it, it pops up and says, I'm here to cause you problems. And this is when we've had things like these conflicting feelings and emotions that we get when we're young. As they pop up in our adulthood, we don't really know where they've come from and what it is that sparked them. We just know that we've got something going on that's causing us distress and causing us upset. And there are lots of other things that can do that as well. You know, being a parent, suddenly finding that you don't have the freedoms you had before as an adult, or that you're dictated to by the grandparents who have seen it all and done it all and think they know better than you. But of course, your style of parenting is different. So you have conflicting feelings of emotions about your freedom and your loss of freedom. And you have conflicting feelings and emotions about things such as things that other people say to you that you may not agree with. And then illness also is another thing that comes along, causes us issues, stops us in our tracks, slows us down. Sometimes we can be very grateful for the change, but actually not the thing that's causing the change. And so we have all these conflicts. And then, of course, I've written there global pandemics, because this is what's happened to us all. We've all had massive change in our lives, and we still have it ongoing. We've had to learn to do things in different ways. We've had to learn to cope with situations. We've had financial struggle. We've had struggle putting food on the table. We've had the struggle of having a very busy house when normally we've got peace and quiet. The inability to go out and do the normal things we do. So we've got lots and lots of grief, loss, trauma, all going on. And it all causes conflict. If you don't deal with these conflicting emotions and you just pop them into Pandora's box on your shoulder, out of sight, out of mind, then you're never going to deal with them. And eventually something's going to happen that's going to make them pop up and say, oh, I'm here and I'm going to cause trouble. And really, you don't want that. This is a list of basic tangible and intangible losses that we experience. And you can see in the middle, I have this beautiful broken heart, because that's often what happens. We get part of our heart damaged by the impact of what it is we're going through. But we don't acknowledge it. And because we don't acknowledge it, we struggle later when it pops itself, as I say, back up and says, hello, I'm here. So the tangible things are the things we can see and feel and grasp. And they're the things that happen every day. And so many times we just ignore it because it's expected. You know, it's expected that you're going to retire. It's expected that when you're moving house, you leave things behind. It's expected that the kids are going to grow up and leave school. But you don't expect that empty nest to be quite so empty when they go. Legal stuff can be a real sideswipe. Financial stuff, redundancy, back to health again, all of these things. And it goes on and on. And how many of you treat your pets as your children? How many of you love your pets as much as you love your children? And when that pet dies, there's a big empty gap in your heart. And then you've got the intangible things, you know, loss of trust, loss of innocence, loss of childhood. These things happen very often for children who are going through family divorces, because they are not really seen when the divorce is happening, because that's happening between the adults. And unless other people bring them into it, they tend to be on the sideline watching and not really knowing what's going on. But of course, there is this loss of trust. They lose trust in both their parents. Who's responsible? Who's going to look after them? Who's going to keep them safe? They lose their innocence because things can happen that are so distressing. There's another side of that where people go through abuse and they lose trust and they lose their innocence. They lose their safety, and they're not easily resolved unless they're properly acknowledged. And with death, of course, there's a huge complex mix of tangible and intangible losses. Things we just don't think about. You know, right now, an awful lot of people have lost the ability to be with a dying relative. Or there are people that live in other countries in normal times that might have got back too late to say goodbye to their mum, their dad, their sibling. And loss of being with your relative when they die is actually such an important one, but it happens commonly as well to the elderly dying in their sleep. And, you know, they may be in a care home or in a hospital, in their own home, but you may not be with them. Then, of course, there's loss of marriage and engagement, and they're quite big things. You know, if an engagement doesn't work out, there's a lot of upset, there's a lot of grief, there's a lot of loss, because you had all those hopes and dreams of future. And that also happens with a marriage breakdown. So marriage, long-term relationships break up, and all of the hopes, dreams and expectations that you had built up together suddenly come to nothing. Loss of a parent for children. Again, really important. That happens through marriage breakdown, but it can also happen through health issues. It can happen through a car accident. So there are lots of different things going on. Family connection, friends and community, huge things that are such important parts of our lives suddenly aren't there anymore. Our work position may change. We have financial issues, and we have a loss of holidays and future family events. There's a whole complex mix of stuff, but we generally don't really address any of it. And this is so vital to how we move forward and how we stay emotionally resilient, emotionally strong. When I use the tools of grief recovery, I teach about the importance and awareness of the language that we've used ourselves, the language that others use around us. You know, I put that little blah, blah, blah at the top, because an awful lot of the time as we're going through these painful things, people will tell us about their experiences, but they're not actually hearing what our experience is. And everybody's perception is different. Even twins have a different perception of what is going on in front of them. So two people can be identical or non-identical, but they can feel and think different things about the incident that's happened. And then also we have behaviors, and we use these behaviors as sticking plasters, or they become worse than a sticking plaster. You know, the great one that everybody talks about is, I'm the Imelda Marcos of shoes or handbags. And they have a massive collection. And you wonder how on earth they're ever going to wear them all. And, you know, how are they going to house them? But they have a shopping habit. And they have to fill that space because something emotionally isn't giving them the relief they need. Then again, people smoke, and other people smoke even though they don't, because they're inhaling their cigarette smoke. I grew up with a mother who smoked, and I didn't stop having colds for 9 months when I left home. And then a year later, I went back to visit, and I hadn't had a cold in 3 months, and I had a cold within 24 hours because I was inhaling cigarette smoke that was upsetting my chest and upsetting my breathing. And these are the intangible things. It's something that's happening to someone else because of something you're doing that isn't healthy. People have pills. Either they have medication that is from the doctor, and that medication is helping with an issue that they have. Maybe they have a pain management issue and the pills aren't working so well. So what do? They try taking a few more. They try taking the doses closer together. But that sticking plaster suddenly has an impact on another part of their body. And although they're trying to get on, something else is failing, something else is causing a problem. And these are really important things that we just don't address. There's food. Some of us will just sit and eat sweets and cakes and biscuits and chips and McDonald's and goodness knows how many other of these things. And we don't think about the consequence, but it's not our normal behavior. And again, the drinking. And this image is such a biggie for me because my ex-husband drank, and he was an alcoholic. And when I had somebody send me a photograph of him stood a foot from the bar with the wet mat from the bar over his head, and he was stood with his arms crossed and he was asleep. In fact, it was a little video. I was horrified because he'd been grieving the loss of his brother in a car accident. 7 years later, 3 more members of his family died in a car accident, 3 generations. Alcohol was his sticking plaster, and the way he hid what was going on from everybody else. But that was horrifying because he had turned into something that wasn't comfortable and wasn't pleasant. That was his sticking plaster. And no matter what I did, I couldn't change that for him. People often use language around us and they misplace phrases and they think they're being helpful, you know, and I hear them so often, and I've heard them myself in the past. And in the past, I feel like I may have used them as well. And I'll put my hands up to that and say, yes, you know, because this is what we do. We learn from our parents who learned it from their parents who learned it from their parents. So it's a constant cycle of repetition, you know, and they tell us don't feel sad. It's because they don't want to see us cry because they're afraid of our emotions. What happens when your dog dies? They tell you that you can get another one. So you immediately go out and replace the loss of your precious dog, and you don't give yourself time to grieve. People tell you that, wouldn't you rather be alone? Wouldn't you rather be at home? When you're grieving, you don't always want to be alone. You do need companionship around you. You need to feel that there are other people around you, not be told to go and be in isolation. When I was a child, I was told I had to be strong for my mum because there wasn't another adult in the house and I had 3 younger brothers. I was told that I had to support my mum and I had to keep on being busy. And my mum was very sick for most of my childhood. So I actually was carer on and off for many years. Nobody acknowledged that I was doing that. Nobody acknowledged that I understood what was happening with the medications and what would have to happen with dressings and other things over the years, or that I would be doing all the cooking. And my mother hated it and I didn't understand why. So she would direct me to do the cooking. Keeping busy so you don't have time to think, I've got to keep busy, I've got to keep doing. And this becomes OCD habits where you're having to fill that space and you're having to almost create a ritual to make sure that you're not forgetting anything. So important that we don't have those things that overwhelm and overtake us. But all of a sudden they happen and we don't know how they've happened, but we know that that ritual is protecting us from everything else. And then of course people will come along and they say, time is a healer. And you sit there and you think, how long do I have to wait? A week? A month? I spoke to a lady recently whose brother had died in an accident. She'd been grieving for 19 years and she'd been in a state of flux that she could not get out of until I presented a talk not dissimilar to this. And she suddenly realized that she didn't have to wait to stop grieving. She suddenly realized that the whole of that 19 years had been a painful existence of just being stuck. And she really didn't know how to deal with that. But within 24 hours, she changed her whole mindset because she wanted a life and she wanted to go forward. And that few words that I had spoken that day had shown her that she'd been stuck in this place that wasn't happy, wasn't comfortable, and wasn't right. And that was because someone had told her, time is a healer. But of course, we have the behaviors, so many behaviors. And the most common ones I see are food issues, where people have got bulimia or, oh gosh, so many different levels of food issues going on. Drinking and drugs, prescription and other. That's quite obvious, it speaks for itself. People who carry volumes of anger that they can't deal with, or they have hugely directed anger at certain people in their lives, because there's a lot of grief going on about the loss they've experienced. Shopping we go back to, but that's quite common, you know. People can't help themselves and they have to go out and buy something. They don't really know what it is that's fueling them, but they have to go and buy something. Workaholism is another one. Workaholism is what brought grief recovery into being. The person who wrote Grief Recovery, John James, lost his little boy at a few months, and he threw himself into his work, and he lost his family, and so many things in his life were not happy, but he threw himself into his work and he kept busy, and he worked long hours, and he kept working long hours until he retired. And then he suddenly realized so much of his life had been tied up with his grief. Isolation and disappearing into fantasy worlds. You see people who cannot miss episodes of certain programs and are bereft if they miss an episode of a program because they're so focused on the program that they disappear into that world. People who shut themselves away from others and isolate themselves because they find it so painful to be with other people around them, because they're afraid that their grief is going to overspill and they're going to be judged for their grief. Or other people around them are judging them for their grief, and they are pushing them into that place of isolation because they don't feel comfortable being with them. And something I've put on here as an image is nail biting. I don't know exactly when it started. I do know it was the thing that got the adults giving me attention when I was a child, when I didn't get attention from anywhere else. And until I was 15 years old, I chewed my nails terribly, terribly, to the point that I even had to have a surgical removal of one nail as a child because it had become dangerously poisonous and it hadn't cleaned properly. And I had to have surgery to have the fingernail removed. Incredibly, the fingernail's grown back, but it's a slightly different shape now, and I have a completely flat edge that always reminds me of what I did to myself because I was hurting myself. I was punishing myself for my loss, but also I was using it as a tool to get other people's attention. So I would be regularly told off for chewing my nails. And I can hear the words now going through my head. It's most bizarre. I can hear the voices of the people saying it. And they were the ones I was trying to get attention from because I didn't know how else to do it. I didn't know how to say the things that were causing me angst and distress as a child. Acknowledging our loss is so important. You know, we go, oh yeah, so-and-so's died and I'm much better now and everything's okay. But we don't actually talk about how we feel. You know, I've written about the example of divorce because that's such a big part of most people's lives, but you don't realize it until you actually really look at what's going on. So first of all, there's the loss of the relationship, your lover, wife or husband, whatever that partnership is. Now, how big is that to you? You've made so many dreams, expectations and hopes of future, and all of a sudden it's all gone. When you have to move away from your family because of the divorce, you may be leaving children behind because they can't come with you. Other family connections that you may have been really close to, suddenly they are not welcoming, they're not loving in the way that they used to be. You might have to leave your home and you might have to move to another home, or the family home may have to be sold, so both sides of that broken family may have to move. And it goes on with the loss of a car, financial status and independence, loss of pets. Where does the pet go with? And I left my ex-husband, my 2 cats were rehomed on a farm, and the dogs stayed with him. And I still don't have cats. I'd love to have cats again. There's a parrot, so I can't have cats now. It's a bit of a thing. But you know, that was a massive loss at the time because I was so close to them. And it absolutely broke me. What I didn't realize when I came away from my divorce was the layers of loss that I had experienced. And then you have loss of community, your family and your friends around you, your neighbors, the person in the local shop. If you're having to move away, you lose all those things. You need to take responsibility for how you feel, for your emotions. And giving forgiveness has been proven, as I said yesterday, forgiveness has been proven to be a very important tool for healing. Scientifically proven that as we forgive, we change the emotional levels of what is happening with our hormones, and our bodies start to rebalance. Our cortisol levels lessen, which is hugely important for our organs and our brain, our muscles, our bones, and how our bowels work and how our heart works and how our breathing works. Really, really important. And being able to take responsibility by apologizing is almost as powerful as forgiving. And you often hear people say, I've got nothing to forgive. But actually, when you sit down and think about it, and you take responsibility for your part in what's going on, then you suddenly do realize that you can forgive. Because if you change your perception, you can change how you forgive. The way that we teach it in grief recovery, the way I teach in grief recovery, is teaching people how to write a completion letter. So we look at the behaviors, the language, we look at the things that you lost in your words, and then you craft that into a letter. The letter isn't for someone else, the letter is for you. The letter is for you to speak in your most honest form. And so you'll often hear people talk about journaling and how useful a tool that is because they can get all this stuff out of their head. I keep a little notebook, and when things happen, I make a little note of them to remind me, and then later on I'll sit down and do a completion. And it's amazing the change that happens. The letter isn't for someone else. It's not for you to give away because you don't want to have someone else judging you for how you feel. So these letters are for burning, burying, sleeping under your pillow, although I wouldn't, anything but sharing them with the other person. So always find a way to keep them safe and secure if you're not going to keep them. Sorry, if you are going to keep them. Taking time to write how you feel and treating yourself with compassion is so, so important. It's not a space for anger, it's a space for recognition. And as I said earlier, journaling is an excellent tool. And the tools I teach for the letter writing are very, very clear and structured to help you to create a way of releasing those emotions. I've recently finished working with a client, and the things she said really filled my heart because I knew that she's really got the measure of the tools. And I knew that she was going to keep using them. So she told me that she was surprised how simple and effective the tools were. She was expecting to be overwhelmed with emotion. And it was the most efficient way of dealing with complex emotions that she'd ever experienced. That taking responsibility for her part in the relationship was a revelation and hugely freeing. That the process taught her how to connect to her emotions fully, and that completing the unspoken communication in the relationship had been so freeing for her. that with the death of her uncle, she suddenly found that she was able to speak to her mother on an emotional level, when in the past she'd said, not a hope, and she'd left that relationship to other people. That fills me with huge joy, because that is when the tools are being effective. And I'm deeply appreciative of all the time that you've given me today. These are all of my contact details, and I'm very happy to share this if anybody would like a copy of it. There are some tips that I can give you now, just little things that I teach people along the way if they're feeling very overwrought and anxious about speaking. So firstly, I want you to sit comfortably in your seat and sit straight and comfortably without putting pressure on your back, keeping your feet as flat to the floor as possible, unless you're like me and a bit vertically challenged, in which case my feet are swaying at the bottom of the chair. So take a big deep breath in and put your arms out and stretch your arms and stretch your heart wide open. Breathe deeply, let it out. And as you let it out, bring your arms back just gently into your lap. If you can do that a few times, that helps to really aerate the lungs, and it really helps to focus your breath, focus your mind, and focus your thoughts. If you're feeling unsure, something else I teach is a hug. It actually is so healthy to give yourself a hug as well as hug other people. But if you haven't got other people around you, this is so powerful. Give yourself a hug, hold yourself close. There's a little EFT trick I used to use a lot, barely use now, but something I teach others. If you tap just very gently 5 times on the side of your finger and change fingers and do it again and again and again. What this does is it helps to focus your thoughts, stops the busy mind, and it helps you to just calm yourself down. If you're feeling anxious and nervous and you're in someone else's company while you're doing that, you can easily pop your hand behind your back and do that little exercise and be counting to 5 in your head. And you'll soon find that that will really help to change the tempo of how you're feeling. When someone is grieving and you go to give them comfort, don't make the situation about you. Make the situation about them. Don't ever turn around and say, when I experience this, because your experience is different to their experience. Ask them how you can help them. What do they need you to do? Can you make them a drink? Can you sit down with them and just listen to what they need? And we're back to being able to properly hug. Do they want to be held? Do they need a shoulder to cry on? Never make it about yourself. Also, don't become overburdened with other people's grief. When you come away, if you're feeling very full of someone else's grief and you don't know what to do, take the time to make some notes and let it out so that it's not just sitting there stuck in your own thoughts. And try to remember that what you're doing is supporting another person and you're not taking on board their troubles. There are so many parts of our lives that are impinged with trauma and grief and loss. And what we don't do is we don't recognize. And I'm hoping that from today, you might start to look at things in your life a little differently and realize how many things you may be carrying around with you that need to be addressed. And the final thing, remember to breathe. Remember to take the time to breathe deeply, to give yourself time to hold on to that breath and then to release. Really, really important. If you're feeling stressed, breathe in for 4. Nice deep breath into your belly, because into your belly goes into all of your organs. Hold it in for a count of 4 as you breathe. Hold it then for a count of 5. And then exhale for a count of 6. And exhale as much as you possibly can so that your belly then returns to normal. It's really, really good for when you are feeling stressed, when you're worrying about what you're going to write, and just giving yourself a moment to stop. And I think I'm about to run out of breath because I have a very dry voice, so I'm going to stop. And I'm going to thank you again for taking the time to listen. And if I can help, if you have any queries at all, my contact details are here, and there is a free clarity call that I'm very happy for you to book. Thank you.